Yeah.
Look at the cost on the bin, kill him!
Taking on gas, rapping.
Push through too cool, they can take us. Breakthroughs, you know we're the ones they afraid of.
Give me zone. Hey, man up. No.
Ain't no stopping us, we do the impossible. Straight to the top. We're the top dogs, we not. Too good, let me play with it. So close, I can taste it. Run. See what's coming. No, want it.
This is worth living for.
Now he does have the void his head, and he gets a double crack here.
By yourself, mama.
I know. Valk dead. We need it. I'll come back to you guys. We'll move back to you guys. Tempest out with the car. It's down.
On us. 120 jet one. Knock two. Nice.
Jumping in there. And I stuck Gibby. I'm nade spamming them. Great nade.
Nading it too.
Currently getting shot in the back.
Crack one. Crack two.
All dead.
Y'all know I wasn't gonna lose that.
Yeah, I know. I
100% faith.
Team on red. Fight the team. There's a team.
I got him. Right there, Ash. That's one. Knock one.
Give me one. Backward. New team.
Welcome back to the Apex Legends Global Series Pro League. We are enjoying our Friday night right along with you while watching some incredible NA performance today. My name is Kate. Alongside me, we got Vicky, Kitty, and T Squared. Now, this is obviously the back half of our double round robin format, which means this is the last chance for these two groups to meet up with each other before the playoffs kickoff in Stockholm, Sweden. And Vicky, we saw yesterday's lobby. It had yesterday's NA lobby. It had the first, second, and third teams in our overall leaderboards from NA in that one lobby alone. Today we've got the 5th and 6th place teams in this lobby. Is this potentially an opportunity for some of those lower ranked teams to maybe get some much needed points today?
I hope so, because the Challenger Circuit teams have absolutely been popping off lately. I want to see more of that energy. We got Nightmare out in the lobby. I know they were tweeting at me saying that we're going to make you guys proud. I certainly hope so, but this is going to be definitely difficult, Kate. I mean, look at this. We got TSM. We got the likes of G2 Sentinels. Can Sentinels turn something around? We're going to have to see.
Oh, that's a good call. And you know what, Tom? As we take a look at these teams in this lobby, we're going to obviously talk about the front runners, the TSMs, the G2s. But let's talk a little bit about the bottom half of this group stage here.
Let's talk about our girl. Shout out to her former co-caster right there coming through with their squad. I'm excited to see what they're going to do. But yeah, look out for these other teams that have a lot to prove, right? Dexterity, Lazarus, Renegades. Renegades has not been playing a Renegades quality Apex. I'm looking forward to seeing how Madness and that squad is going to bounce back because they have so much talent.
They do indeed. Now, of course, Vicky, let's talk a little bit about today's map schedule, because as we saw yesterday in NA, those two groups got their first chance to see this switched up map rotation, and based on how they handled World's Edge as the first 3 maps versus Storm Point, talk to me a little bit about what you're expecting from these two groups today as they face that same map rotation.
I'm expecting some of our OG squads to feel right at home. I mean, we just saw exactly yesterday, looking at NA, how that shifted things in the overall leaderboards. Energy felt right at home. They were able to pop off. ESA, though, they didn't have that record-breaking performance like they did in day number 1. And I think starting on World's Edge is going to really display more of these OG squads showing their consistency.
Absolutely. Well, no matter which maps these teams are playing on, you're going to be able to see it from so many different angles. In fact, we call it something. It's multi-view. And if you are watching on our Twitch ALGS channel, click the Command Center button below the Twitch channel player near that follow button, hint, hint, nudge, nudge, and choose which perspective you want to follow. You're seeing a quad split here. You can literally follow all of your favorite pros, all of your favorite teams, and this is my favorite part because it's something that we like to showcase in this stream as well, and that, of course, the comms. The comms that really give you a very straight from the horse's mouth understanding of what these players are facing, how they're going to react, and what that strategy then is impacted by. Tom, this feels like something that has never been done. I mean, for us, it's a new thing for the split, and I could not be more excited. It certainly brings up the level of viewership to that pro level.
Some would say that makes you a pro viewer, Kate. That's your line. But also remember, you can hear them. They can't hear you. So if you're like screaming at your monitor behind you, that's not how it works.
It's a very, very good point, Tom, and something to remember because we've all screamed at our screens before, and certainly we will again. But at any rate, with a lobby like this, it's going to be hard to decide which teams to keep. So many good ones. Well, luckily for all of us, that's where our analysts come in. Vicky, hardest decision I know you had to make today. Who do you have in your sights?
I mean, I'll be remiss if I do not call out TSM, because TSM usually brings on the TSM wins, and surprisingly, they have not gotten a #1 overall finish yet in these weeks. They've only won one game since Split 2 has started, and that was during the second week in game number 2. But if there's a team that can pull a turnaround, it's 100% going to be TSM.
Oh, 1,000%. And I'm looking at their average placing, though, Vicky, and that's why it's so smart to put them in there. They're averaging at least 5th place in their games. It's kind of crazy that they haven't gotten a win. But G2, that's a team to definitely watch out for. Their average placing is 7.2. Shout out to Chrono for these stats. They've picked up some wins along the way. It looks like they've picked up 2 so far and a handful of second places. But I don't think they're satisfied. And I'm looking for G2 to come through hungry. Sometimes they'll go through and have a great performance, and they'll follow it up with a kind of a lackluster one. I think after the lackluster performance last time, they're going to come back strong.
And following G2, it's got to be Complexity. With Reptar taking a break from the competition, the McCarthy Super Bros, Eye Shining and Muffins, have really been shining alongside Monsoon. We've seen some amazing clips coming in from Monsoon since the start of Split 2, and I can't wait to see Complexity bringing out everything that they got.
Oh man, this is excellent. I will say the reality about these teams is that they have done so much to get here. And Tom, I gotta say, I feel like the 3 teams you just mentioned are gonna be the kind that can not just be consistent, but can pop off in that combination. Whoo!
Yeah, I mean, it's a very stacked lobby. Don't be distracted by the fact that we don't have the top 4 teams in here. You still have TSM, the winners from the previous split playoffs, and that's really all you need to know in terms of how fast this lobby is going to be ran.
Absolutely. Well, these teams could be lethal in this lobby. Consider yourself warned, as match #1, well, it looms just around the river bend. And a huge thank you to our friends over at Lenovo for supporting the ALGS throughout the Pro League. Now moving right along to the thing that we are so excited for. Could one of our talent be the Caster Curse? Could we have a Tom-like performance? Who knows? We're going to find out now with our talent predictions, see which one of us has chosen which team for today's NA breakdown. Okay, Vicky, T-Squared, you guys just talked about TSM. Vicky, talk to me about why they have your heart today.
I mean, it's TSM. At the end of the day, we know how TSM is as a team, but I want to see them pull off a dub here in the overall leaderboards. They've kind of been falling a little bit behind. They haven't been able to secure that first place spot. Again, only winning that one game, I do believe TSM could top the overall leaderboards for today.
And Tom, you joined her, and I think you said so many good things about this team. And you've got some stats, of course, that I heard you talking about here, that it's hard to deny TSM. So hard, in fact.
So that's really impressive, honestly. Like, when you go and you look at the fact that they've been able to be that consistent, but they haven't really won that many games. I like the way that they're playing. I just think that they need to make sure they have all 3 players in that final zone. I think that sometimes you're seeing Verhulst rat it out, or Hal has to rat it out. They have to, if they're all 3 up, TSM is one of the most dominant teams in terms of team fighting.
They are. I wouldn't want to be in a lobby with them. But you know what? These teams have that coming in spades, and it's coming right now for match number 1. I will see you all a little later in the show.
Thanks, Kate. Yeah, Vicky, I mean, hey, we just jumped on the Rain Day train, right? Since he was so good in the first part of the EMEA action, we're like, let's just copy what his prediction is. But yeah, I think that's a really interesting stat that you brought up in terms of how they haven't been able to pick up the major dubs yet. Again, TSM, all eyes are going to be on them, but there's still the overall leaderboard to keep in mind. It seems like if they get top 3 here, they're going to stamp their way to Sweden. There's still a lot more filtering down below them.
You see, that's the big brain play. The big brain play is seeing what Rain Day could do in terms of these team preds, but I'm just trying to bring you guys all down. That's actually my ultimate goal. No, I'm just joking. But looking at the overall season standings, look at where ESA is placed. In the top next to NRG, 87 points apiece. Even after that record-breaking performance in day number 1 with ESA, Energy is going to be following right behind them because Energy does Energy things, and you predicted them just yesterday, Tom.
And just look at the rounds played. Some are on 3, some are on 4. So look at, for example, Sentinels, Complexity. Those are the teams to watch out for. Exet, Torrent. They're all trying to catch up to teams like W, CLG, Liquid, who already played their matches yesterday. This is their opportunity to come through swinging.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how some of these teams actually manage to bring this back. And looking at the other half of the regular season standings, some of these teams are in the red, and these teams, they don't want to be standing there. TDG, we're looking at our girl down there. They've been really repping that TDG tag. I'm excited to see them today. Bad Boys, another team that I've looked at in the past. Renegades, though, are kind of in that border. They want to start performing within this lobby because if you're going to do it, now's the time.
Renegades doesn't seem like a team that would be on the relegation side. They seem like a team that would potentially be fighting for the playoffs, but that is a fairly new roster, and I thought that they were going to come through and be a lot stronger on Stormpoint, especially with them being a very strong World's Edge team. I've seen them do really well in scrims. I've seen them do well in the Esports Arena weeklies. For some reason, it's not coming together here in Split 2.
Yeah, I'm wondering how a lot of these teams are figuring things out as we make the transition from World's Edge into Stormpoint, when earlier on within the second split, we had started on Stormpoint, then made that transition into World's Edge. We've been seeing different compositions coming out from a lot of our teams from across all regions, but specifically looking at NA, it's very vertical heavy on Stormpoint. We see a lot of Horizon, we see a lot of Ashe. Obviously, we see a lot of the redeploys coming in from these Valkyrie picks, and I'm excited to see if we're seeing any changes looking at NA after the action that we saw in EMEA.
And since we have a round-robin format, these teams have already faced off once before, so we have the landing spots, and we're guessing that these aren't going to really change, right? Because you practice this for a reason. All of these rotations mean a lot, and teams have an idea of which teams are in certain positions. Except they're going to take over that Harvester area. TSM, you know they're going to be going over towards the Fragment East side. Anytime you're landing next to TSM on the west side, for example, Lazarus, you got to be worried. Are they setting up an ambush? Are they rotating earlier than us? How's that going to work for Lazarus? We'll find out. But one thing's for sure, these are going to be your landing spots.
Yeah, you also have to wonder here, where is that circle going to pull? Is that going to prioritize TSM to either get the beacon and no name? Or are they going to start prioritizing the circle and then scan the beacon on the way there? It's really scary here. It really does depend on where that circle is going to be pulling. Looking at EMEA, we saw how highly congested that northern western part of World's Edge looked like, and we were talking about those contested spots in those choke points leaving fragments. So are we going to see a similar situation looking at NA depending on where those circles are going to be pulling?
And for example, Complexity, they're landing over towards the survey epicenter area just like they always have, so they're going to be taking 2 POIs. The team that's in last place, Wash, they have 0 points. Complexity, they've always been bullies on that side of the map. So if you assume, okay, we're safe, that's not going to be the vibe. You have to watch out if you're Wash. That Complexity will stop what they're doing, loot, and then charge you to try to pick on you.
And Complexity's been doing great so far. Overall, we saw them in the standings. They were in 13th place, right behind Sentinels. But we want to see more from Complexity. We want to see more from Sentinels. I'm excited because overall, looking at EMEA, now looking at NA as they've progressed, a lot of these teams have been figuring things out at a much quicker pace than we were expecting. And that's what I really like to see in terms of the competition, keeping things hot.
And you got to keep your momentum up too. So for some of these teams that have been rosters for a while, for some of the teams that have a lot of experience on World's Edge, I mean, everybody does here. They're all pro players, but some just have a little bit more than others. For example, again, the Sentinels, the Complexities, those are the teams that are trying to fight their way into the playoffs. They need to have a big day today. I feel like starting off on World's Edge, we've brought it up before, kind of feels like home. So maybe that's going to give them a little bit more of a comfort zone before they move on over towards Stormpoint, maybe more confidence, momentum, and that positive boost that they need.
What's very positive is that we're jumping into game 1 already, Tom. I'm so excited to see what our team's got as we get started on World's Edge. We saw a bit of the action and how things changed when we started on World's Edge just yesterday. Seeing Loba coming out of the fray, seeing more Loba also on Stormpoint. And I really like that looking at NA, because then on the other half, looking at EMEA, you see Bangalore being used up all in the competition.
Yeah, Bangalore and World's Edge, Bangalore on Stormpoint, picking up a lot of dubs, maybe not being as respected as much as it should be as we see what's going on with Nightmare. And speaking of Bangalore, there it is. Luxford going to be taking that one, and some decent loot coming in. Maybe they need to loot up and then rotate fast with this Valkyrie. That seems to be the play. We'll see where that zone's going to be, Vicky, like you were talking about. It's the ever-important pulls really dictate where you're going to do it and how fast you're going to rotate.
Yeah, this is one of our Challenger Circuit teams. They were very consistent in the end game. Very much during the Challenger Circuit, during the Pro League relegations, and I'm seeing that Nightmare, they tweeted at us earlier, Tom. They're looking to make the comeback here in this lobby. We had seen these groups face off against each other before. Nightmare didn't do too bad, but they didn't continue on that consistency when we did go over to those map swaps, like a lot of our other teams. But as they get looted and as we get to take a look at where the circle is going to be pulling, G2 are going to be having a field day looking at it going through Thermal Station.
1,000% going to be at Thermal Station Zone. There's no other place that this is going to go. It's not going to go over towards staging. It's not going to go over towards tree. That scan for round number 2 being very useful. Now, G2 has not been able to protect home court advantage as much as they would like to. This is their opportunity to shine. So I know Kate and Kate and Bardolph are going to love what they're seeing since they had that in their caster predictions, but also Renegades over towards that tree side. That's a team in relegations right now. They need to go and make their play. Exit's already rotating. Look at this, 2-3 teams already flying in. Thermal Station is one of those zones. Again, if you're not in there, you are going to be on the outside, and you are going to be just destroyed. It's going to be a line of fire as you make your way in. That's why everyone's desperately getting over there.
What's crazy is we could see how quickly so many of these teams are going in for these rotations already into that next circle, and I can only imagine, are any of these redeploys, because these cursors, they're moving so fast. Look at G2's position, though. Really smart on G2 to hold that back-end building, as Exit is going to do the exact same thing. Maybe an early fight, or maybe some respect that's bought here for both these teams if they do want to secure some of these buildings. And holding onto this building is also going to be important, because this is where the beacon is over by Thermal.
So what G2 did is they spread out in the very back and kind of played a little bit larger, so when the scans do start to come in, that is going to showcase where they are, but then they redeploy out over towards the middle, so they're not expecting this to continue to pull towards the very far back. This is an opportunity to get some kill points, to lay down some damage, charge those Evo shields up, a lot of batteries. The Thermal Station loot's always really good. It's such a big POI that it can almost be split, but I always love what G2 does in terms of picking the zones, because that is key. You have to be able to decide, do we sit in the back? Do we sit in the middle? Right now they're playing a little bit riskier sitting in the middle. Teams like Space Station seem like they want to go over towards the side. The top 20 split 2 regular season kills. Look at that. A lot of ESA, a lot of energy.
I'm just so impressed to see how quick these Western and Central teams have already made this rotation here. You have at least 5 teams already infiltrating Thermal Station. You have G2 who land here, forced on top of the sniper tower. They were getting shot at. Sentinels landed here. Exit had redeployed here. It's absolutely insane how high octane the match has already started here, Tom.
You see Presley, he's going to be the first one to go down. That was Serial hitting him with a finisher, so I'm not quite sure how that was going down. But Sentinels over here on the platform, so many different endings, right? There's a platform ending over here by the rocks. There's a handful of endings that are going where these buildings are. You have one that's by that giant rock. You have plenty of them that are over towards inside Thermal Station. We've seen Thermal Station endings going forward, but a lot of them ended inside. If it's going to be in that back area, once you are in Thermal, having to push your way over towards the back, not a good situation to be in. So it's going to be really fun to see what zone is going to be. And I would say wait until scan number 3. If you're going to be on the outside right now, just do as CLX is doing, right? Just chill, wait until you get the scan for round number 3 once this zone closes, and then you can decide what you want to do.
And that's why holding on to that building that has the beacon and Thermal Station is so important, because the squad that is going to be able to have that information could already start planning ahead. That's why I'm looking at teams like AGG, who have already taken control over one of those buildings over by Thermal Station. Looks like they still may be rocking the crypto. I did hear the crypto earlier, and we do know that AGG likes to run that team composition. That's going to be so important, because they're already sitting in one of those buildings. They're going to be able to use that drone to safely get those scans. And we've seen that final circle pull in those 2 different spots very very commonly by those buildings by thermal station. You sometimes have that final circle over that really high ground hill. You have sometimes that final circle pulling away from the fence line of those buildings, or even one of those buildings up north by thermal station. So I'm excited to see how this circle is going to be pulling either way.
We do have to point out that there was cryptos inside of the top 3, right? Ascend and Kashera, Nasky and GMT. They were doing phenomenal, but we do have TDG, and we do have a listen with them to see what their comms are like.
Nice.
I don't really know their rotating patterns. Are they usually gone by now? Or
They're still there. So I saw somebody right there. Someone jumped down.
Yeah,
In
by the
building.
rock too. This is the backwards. You guys need anything? I got bats. If you guys need bats.
I'm alright. I got 2.
I have
Alright,
2
you guys want to
bets.
just take this boon and fly out?
Yeah, you could fly out.
Alright, let's dip.
You want to go lava side, or do you think we can even get in containment? I think containment might be a little hard.
I don't think anyone's going to be on this side. They're probably going to be thermal.
Like
at
all
this
the way
point.
down.
Yeah. I said this way.
Yep.
Oh, you want to just hit the beacon? Actually, they're probably going to be there.
There's crafting here too.
Yeah, you guys can craft.
We need anything? I mean, I don't have any med kits.
I'm
but-
chilling. You guys need anything?
I'm gonna grab some medkits. That's it.
I got 4. You guys, I can drop you guys too.
Look. Heal up. I'll use my syringes. I can hold them. Not ideal loadout, but I'll go from there, I guess. Purple shoddy bolt. I don't know if anybody needs.
Where? Yeah, where?
It's bottom floor of this apartment, really close here.
Bruiser.
Thing. I can hold on to that. I'll be double bruiser.
Go through right there. Why is there no sights whatsoever? Like a 1x or something.
There is beacon here. You wanna scan this?
Yeah, might as well.
Yeah, why not?
I'm gonna wait.
Yeah, it's thermal.
Hitting the beacon.
Do you? Nah, no one's gonna be on the side. Without a doubt. Ooh. One of these buildings might be dope to have. Like high ground.
Yeah, I think they might already be.
You gotta heal.
Oh my god, I might actually be dead.
I got you.
Yeah, you have bag.
That seems to be the plan for TDG. They want to get the scan onto zone number 3. They're going to use the balloon to redeploy. They also have the skyward dive for Durango if they want to do it. Once we see that map, we can find out maybe a little bit more intel on where that thermal station zone is going to pull. But I like the idea there, and TSM seems to have the same plan.
And taking their time, for anybody wondering where Girl is, I believe she is in Toronto, but she will be back Saturday, so no worries for you girlfriends out here. As we get to see Thermal Station, the heavy pull all the way to the west. TSM wasting no time to make their rotation, but maybe a little bit late compared to all the other squads that have already made this quick rotation in that first circle, Tom.
Right, the team that's in the middle of the zone right there inside the lava in the buildings, that's going to be an ending that's fairly popular. You still have the choke in play over towards the northern side of the zone, which I don't anticipate it pulling on over there. But this means that the teams that went all the way down the south, like Sentinels, etc., they're not going to be in a good position. They're going to have to fight their way back on over. Maybe it pulls a little bit more central towards Thermal where we saw G2 setting up. Speaking of G2, they just popped off in the kill feed.
Yeah, we saw G2 originally in that sniper tower in the middle of Thermal Station. I see those wingman shots landing by Designful. Lazarus under some pressure as TSM are holding the ground over by the other side. Nice for TSM to also take that information that they're not going to be contested from the back, though. They're just going to be watching over a lot of the fighting happening right in front of them here. With so many teams just taking up the real estate inside some of these buildings, you could only expect it to get hot. But I'm feeling sorry for a lot of the teams that have to rotate away from staging at this point, because you already know that focus, that attention is going to be on those teams by those choke points north of Thermal Station.
And if you're wondering why isn't Gentrifying really poking out that much, there's really no need to. There's not a kill opportunity. He's going to be wasting ammo by doing this, right? So you see he's not going to just completely rip the clip down. He's trying to just pepper, tag team with one of his teammates. Maybe they can get a long-range knock and try to grief this team on over towards the side. But for the most part, it has to be designful. It's going to be somebody else with, say, like a wingman, something a little bit more long-range that could output that damage. And you don't want to over-poke, because what if someone else does have a sniper rifle? Look, you have only 9 cells, 2 batteries. While it seems like a lot right now, we still have a lot of time left in this game.
Yeah, you could be poking and you never know. The opposition could be holding onto the charge rifle, since we're seeing so much of the charge rifle. And exactly what G2 is looking at was what they wanted to avoid. Look at the charge rifle shot being made from off to the left. They're looking at all the action happening in front of them. The dome action too. Gentrifying just odd looking. And I love this comparison that we're seeing as Hal is actually getting involved in this fight. TSM are in that fight. They wasted no time with their redeploy. They wanted to get into the thick of it.
Pretty unfortunate. It looks like Gentrifying's controller unplugged. Maybe he lagged out. We'll have to get an update on that one. But he's normally not that more of a standstill. When I say he was conserving ammo, I don't think he was conserving ammo that much, and then he gets knocked by Pau with the 30-30. So you stand still for a second in these lobbies, and you get taken out almost immediately. TSM now coexisting underneath this donut area. You can see now destroying the caustic barrels, even while they've been popped with that new update that came out and the slight nerf on Overdoor's caustic, which I'm not complaining about. I like that change, as Hal's now trying to stay alive in this corner.
It's just such a tricky spot to be in right now if you're TSM. Again, we know how many squads are already taking control over the buildings off to the south of where they're currently located, and we know that there's already a team that's holding onto the building off to the right. It's going to be a caustic squad, as Lazarus, another one of our squads, who have been running the crypto. We were talking about AGG before. They were running the crypto earlier on within North America, and Lazarus also been trying to get Vize to have that same type of impact. But being on the crypto and having this beacon up on the high ground, nobody's going to contest you. You're just going to get that free information. So double crypto right next to each other.
Crypto drone on crypto drone. You know, just a little fist bump on the way out, saying, "Yeah, we got the zone. Let's go. Let's go. Good job." I like your style, Vize. But yeah, I mean, this is again the value of crypto. It's a very strong legend if you can go and utilize that correctly. Space Station Gaming utilizing what they have legend-wise. That's going to be Frex's with the Caustic. Alternator PK, you know that they were rotating fast if he didn't even get an opportunity to change weapons off of the Alternator, as Gent is going to be knocked again by RKN.
Yeah, let's not forget, we saw Xset, we saw Space Station, redeploy, frame 1. They wasted no time to rotate into Thermal Station to avoid this exact chaos. A lot of these teams getting pressured in the middle of this rotation as Sentinels, they're holding on to this platform off to the side. I like this spot because they were trying to take the 50-50 in case that circle ended up pulling a little bit more south, but now that they know that it is going to continue pulling north, they don't have the beacon information for where it's going to be pulling next. So Buff Pathfinder in some trouble. Up to Bursty here, the only one alive for this squad. Let's see if he can recover some of these banners.
And Sentinels doesn't really have the composition to go and do something with a Valkyrie Skyward Dive. They're going to have to play the edge and continue to fight, which is kind of the Sentinels' specialty, but Bursty inside of this building, not looking good, right? You have Lee down, you have Trace down, and now all 3 members are just going to full send it at the same time. Let's synchronize swimming right there type of strategy from CLX Complexity. They're on the outside of Thermal Station 2, but they do have a team in their sights. The nade is going to go down, but nice bubble timing from the enemy team. With the car massive in hand, Muffin's looking like he wants to do some serious damage.
Complexity, one of the teams that we have our eyes on. They love this spot, though, so that way they're not in the middle of a lot of these teams. They don't want to find themselves pinched, but it could be really risky having to play off of this low ground. Their contestants start a fight over by the other side, but Crummy's got that portal if he wants to close in the gap.
He may need to because of the fact that the defensive bombardment was in hand. And if you want to take an opportunity to use that multi-view, it is live. Check out the top of your screen if you're watching on Twitch. Click the command center right next to the follow button, and you'll be able to see that as another fight is taking place. That's going to be Wash coming in the last place team, and they do get eliminated fairly early on in 19th. It's going to be TDG. Tanner getting res with that gold backpack. Nice team fight, fairly clean, and the zone isn't closing on them quite yet, so they're going to be A-okay.
TDG, the team that we were just listening into their comms, love being able to utilize that multi-view feature as well. If you guys want to take a look at your favorite teams to hear how they make their rotations, especially when the fighting has commenced, like Lazarus here, trying to dance around these rolling thunders. We were talking about Bangalore before in the EMEA region, but it looks like it has not stopped even in an NA. You got the crypto, you got the rolling thunders from the bang, you have the EMP going off to maybe buy them some time to reset. It's Nightmare who are making the rotation away from staging, passing that choke point off to the left side of the northern part of Thermal Station.
Not quite sure if that's Bird or Washy's defensive bombardment. It looks like it is connecting. That has to be Nightmares then. They're going to continue to send this one. They have the shots. Vize, goodbye. That's going to be Aim God. Wonder where he got his name. There it is. The shot's looking so crispy.
And they're still going. They're still putting on that pressure. Love this play from Nightmare. They are quite literally performing, even with this unorthodox composition. You got the Gibby, you got the Bang, you have the Rolling Thunders that were used up, you have the Bombardment. It's the double whammy. And now with that 2 KP, Nightmares could be a little comfy here when they inch their way into that next circle.
Yeah, they've been rocking the choke for a while, anticipating it to continue to pull over towards that northern side, but it didn't. It continues to pull south, so a team like G2, they did a great job of predicting this zone, and again, protecting home court advantage means everything here is resulted. Now popping off in the kill feed. He's got the charge rifle up there. Pretty solid weapon to be getting some long-range poke down, and now you can see the poke coming in with the missile swarm. It's going to connect from AimGod. Looks like AimGod is heating up and now has the Volt in the back pocket as well.
But now they're going to have to start moving forward into the circle. You got less than a minute now left on the clock, and Nightmare knows that there's a team that's inside of that building. They don't want to get circle kept here. Another team off to the right. See the onslaught of grenades that Luxford is sending out. They have this natural cover of the rock formation too, but they don't want to get caught off. Oh, I love these shots being put down. Nice burn here from Luxford. He's just going to disengage instead. He doesn't want to push by himself.
Smart play, but you can see in the kill feed a couple players are going to be taken down. Hakulo also being answered by Sung with the Mastiff. Oh my goodness, Nightmare's shots are looking so good. I'm impressed with the tracking coming in from this squad. Like I said, a little bit of an unorthodox team composition as we take a look at the teams remaining and how many kill points they have, as that's going to be consistently updated. Still a lot of our heavy hitters in this lobby as it continues to pull over towards the thermal station side. One of these jungle gyms is going to be a hot spot of contention, Vicky.
What I'm worried about, though, Tom, is that there's little to no cover, but lucky for Nightmare, looking at this composition, they have the smoke grenades for that natural cover to help cover them when they want to make those rotations out in the open. So Nightmare kind of sharing this real estate with another team that's probably set up inside, but talking about sharing some of these buildings, Exet, TSM, RNG, that's Renegades who are right on the bottom of that building. This is the same building that also has that beacon, so this is absolutely insane to see 3 of these teams sharing that real estate.
It's looking like a hostel out here. You got 9 people all just cramped up in this little spot. This is absolutely insane to watch. TSM and Renegades coexisting on the bottom side of the donut. Neither of them using caustic, so it's just a mutual respect where they know if we fight, Xset's going to drop down and third party us. If Xset continues to fight right there, there's going to be a 4th and 5th party because there's 16 squads in this zone.
This is crazy. The zone closing in. You saw the third party come in from G2 as well when Start a Fight was in a fight themselves. Xset onto the high ground right now. They do note that there is another team on their 6, but they want to hold on to the high ground here because they're sharing that building, like we mentioned, with 2 other teams right below them, and it's going to be TSM and Renegades. Space Station were the ones holding on to the other building over by the other side where Nightmare was wanting to make their rotation, but with this composition, it's going to be really difficult for any team to boot them out with the caustic.
And you saw Lugo down right there. Remember, it was Sentinels that rolled the dice trying to get that platform ending over towards the southern west side of the thermal side, but this is continuing to pull away from them, and G2 taking advantage of that. This is what's so crazy about competitive Apex, right? Space Station, it seems that they picked a really smart spot, but there's still 15 squads left. They have to move in 45 seconds, and they haven't really picked up any points. They've only picked up 1 point. So you could play as well as you want. You could pick one of these spots, but you still have to execute, and that caustic gas gets a knock to boot.
Ooh, the caustic gas also taking in some damage. Renegades finishing off wave here. Nightmare has been eliminated, so Space Station Gaming, they come out on top after that fight. Renegades now in this fight off to the side. Over by the other side, it's going to be TSM, but none of these squads are committing because they know that they'll be forced into the line of sight of other teams that are making that rotation away from Thermal Station. Start a Fight do have a Craver, though, in the hands of Ivs, as long as it can hold this corner for that natural cover, and they get one of these knocks, they're going to start pushing forward a little bit without having to burn too much of their utility.
Saw on the kill feed, G2 eliminating Sentinels. Reps, he got knocked by Sung, but didn't seem like Renegades was interested in capitalizing on that as the pings have to go down. The ring is starting to move, and they have to make their play. G2 is going to have to come down from this high ground, and this have to be a bubble play. Meanwhile, that donut building, I'm not quite sure if it's in. We see that zone collapsing on over there, and Sung, he's on the outskirts. Hal's going to make the portal, but to what part of the jungle gym do you put the portal there, Vicky? There's so many players.
Renegades, too, now have fully sent it on to the rest of TSM when Hao had put down that portal. Oh, that is so difficult. With that early rotation, you were in the line of sight of G2. Wasn't too sure if there was complexity still hiding on the other side of that pipe that was waiting for Hao over by that portal, but G2 now have dropped from their high ground. The ring is closing in, and all these teams are dropping like flies.
That's actually the worst placement TSM has had in all of Split 2 in the Pro League, going out in 13th or 12th place. Their lowest before that was 11th, but look at that kill feed. It's going bananas.
It's absolutely insane. 7 squads left. You can see start a fight over to the side. It was Complexity that was waiting for Hal on the other side of that portal. Start a fight now are playing off of the high ground, and that's probably Space Station Gaming that start a fight are trying to poke at. They still have the Kraber in their hand, but like you said, it was the jungle gym out here, just with those zip lines that are going to be pulled over by where the circle is going to be finishing off. G2 are in a really good spot, though. With their backs against this ring, they know that they're not going to get pinched.
And Space Station Gaming has done a great job. Frex is continuing to gobble up real estate over here with these barrels, and the tracking there from Frex is just so darn good. Dropping players left and right. That's going to be Torrent. They're going out in 6th place. Now we have 5 squads remaining. 1 squad is not a full squad, though. There could be a rat, could be a duo somewhere. But one thing is for sure, like you said, G2's in a good spot. Complexity's looking good. Saucer is the one player that was eliminated, but now getting respawned with that mobile respawn with a lot of different ammo over there. You can see a lot of different death boxes to go and pick through. You're going to be able to get your armor back, any weapons that you would like as well. But taking a look at who has the advantages right here, you got to give it to Complexity, right? You got to love their positioning sitting forward. Space Station Gaming, they're going to have to come from this high ground and make their way past this lava, which is going to slow them down, and they're going to take damage.
Yeah, it's going to be so scary, and they have to dance around a bombardment. I mean, Space Station now dropping down. They've used up the dome. Renegades, though, they just got that res onto Saucer, and he's trying to delay the inevitable, but the ring is closing in right behind him. What do you do here? He's on the Valkyrie, so he can at least fly above all the chaos temporarily. G2, though, here on Designful, he doesn't grow wings. Thank goodness. Do not want to see a Caustic flying around my games, but start a fight, though. They're on the high ground. They have the Kraber. Only 4 bullets left in Abe's hands.
Imagine Caustic flying at you with the Nox gas grenade. I'd be donezo. G2, they're trying to finish this one off. They started off in Thermal Station. They're trying to end this one in Thermal Station. Gentrifying, looking solid. Saucer has somehow managed to live throughout all of this. Looks like he's one of our observers, but no, he's actually in the game.
You would think that he's inside of a drone, that he's playing crypto. You see
he wants
the
that gun so bad.
Oh my goodness, that has to be bait. I don't even know. That is too good to be true. More guns being tossed out on the ground. I mean, I wonder what's going to happen up there, but Space Station fighting on the low ground, dancing around this dome. See the PK and the Volt in the hands of Frex, but they've lost, dropped, and Certified are also down crummy. A lot of these unfinished squads now trying to reposition.
Now Matt Pickett, the last one alive for start a fight. He's going to go out. They go out in 4th place. Now it's G2. In a straight-up bloodbath over towards the Thermal Station side. This is easy pickets for them. They're going to go for the players on the ground to get the extra points. It doesn't really matter because now it's a 2v1, and G2, they defend home court advantage over towards the Thermal Station side and just pick the lobby apart.
I know we saw those early rotations, but Tom, I would have honestly been surprised if it didn't go in favor to G2. I mean, this is their drop spot, and they were able to defend it successfully. We even saw the quick swap up, leaving those houses off to the side, predicting that they would rather take the 50-50 on top of the sniper tower of Thermal Station than take their chances. So even though they were denied that beacon with so many teams taking up that building alone, we saw Renegades, we saw TSM, we saw Space Station overlooking all of the action, exit on the high ground. They still were able to hold a really nice position to actually plan out their next rotation.
That's what you expect from a playoff caliber team. G2, 24 points, but Space Station Gaming, I thought that they were not going to be able to pick up that many kills, Vicky. You saw how slow it was from their point of view. They had 1 kill going in from zone number 4 into zone number 5. Then they picked up 10 more along the way.
12 kills for G2 and a dub, 11 for Space Station. That's how you know it was so chaotic for that final circle. We saw so many players dropping like flies. Renegades coming in 3rd when they got that res. Saucer was able to live long enough to be able to get those placement points.
A lot of our squads that are trying to make it into the playoffs too, like we mentioned, Complexity on the outside looking in, they finished with a top 5. Renegades, who's trying to get out of relegation, they came in 3rd place. Nice job by them. Torrent is another team to keep your eyes on. Nice job by TDG getting all the way to 7th place. Not an easy zone to deal with as we take a look at the second page and find out who wasn't able to accumulate that many points. One thing's for sure, TSM going out in 14th place, not what they were looking for, not what anybody expected. And then Sentinels, the dice roll, going on over towards the platform, expecting the zone to go over there. They just don't have the composition to make that double rotation.
I wonder if it was just a tough position to be in when they decided to commit with that redeploy to get into the thick of the fighting. They were overlooking everything coming away from Tree, but TSM going down that early, I don't think I've seen a picture like that before.
That was wild, but you saw how many teams were over there in that donut building. You had Renegades over towards the side. You had another team XSET that was above. Those teams ended up placing further than they did, and it was just that portal, unfortunately, going on over towards the jungle gym. All the real estate was taken. All the teams were playing that very disciplined, a very slow and methodical game that just blew up in zone number 5 as you take a look at the damage and the kills.
Look at this, G2 with 12 kills in total, the follow-ups, the damage being put down. Designful and Resulto basically side by side. I know Designful is in Resulto's ear like, oh, I'm just better than you, but with just a few more ticks of damage. But it's great to see that too from the G2 squad still sticking to being a very consistent team. I mean, remember, we start here on World's Edge, but when G2 was dominating just a few days ago, they were dominating first on Storm Point.
They were, and it's nice to see a momentum-based team come out already very hot out of the gate. Remember, G2, they didn't have the best performance after they won. Now they're coming through and they're saying, you know what? We deserve this. We're going to fight for this. And again, that's what you expect from our playoff caliber teams. They're showcasing right now that they want to go to Sweden. I'm wondering who else is going to be stepping it up over there. I like the way Complexity was playing. I'm going to have my eyes on Complexity for sure.
Yeah, Complexity on the other side of that portal that Hal was trying to put down, that was just a scary movie just waiting to happen right there. It was unfortunate, but again, those quick rotations, looking at NA, I feel like this isn't the first that we're going to see this, as we still have 5 more games to go, 2 more left on World's Edge.
You have to give a lot of credit for Complexity rotating all the way from Epicenter down to Thermal Station, basically all the way across the map, and then picking that jungle gym specifically, saying we think the zone is going to end here. That goes to show their experience, and that's what we're talking about with World's Edge. These players have multiple years on this, so they understand the levels of strategy that go into a zone like that.
Yeah, I'm wondering if anything's going to change from a lot of these teams. We saw the Cryptos coming out. We saw the Bangalore coming out from Nightmare, and they were putting on a lot of pressure with those smokes, with those Rolling Thunders. We saw them dive onto that team earlier before. I like to see this change up from North America. I feel like we're seeing that gap kind of being bridged up between the compositions that we witnessed in EMEA and in NA.
That's a great point. I love the way that Nightmare was playing, but that could have pulled so many different ways.
Yeah.
You have to study those type of zones, right? But the shots were looking really good for Aim God. Bangalore with a Digi threat, that's a scary moment too. So it's going to be fun to go and see what happens for the rest of these games. I mean, we still have 5 more, but G2, they're scary. They're looking good. Complexity is running on all cylinders. I have a lot of respect for the way that they were able to make such a tough rotation. But yes, we are going to take a quick break, and when we get back, we're going to have Rain Day and Bardov.
Valk above us, 2 Valks above us. Dead. Just underneath. Got another one. Team underneath us. 2 knocks, 2 knocks. Come down, thirst knocks. Alright, get the thirst. Just one. Nice. Good shit, boys.
Yes, sir.
Top pressure. Oh, man.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series.
it is a good night for Apex Legends on your TV screen or your monitor or your phone or, I mean, anything else at this point. Maybe somebody out there is watching this in VR. I don't know. If so, how's the sideburns? How's the back of the head? How's the taper? Anyways, it's Renee and James here to bring up some light, lovely, fun energy for your Friday night. James, for you, it's Friday morning, and I heard some chocolate was involved just to keep the blood flowing, getting ready to cast Game 2 here.
Absolutely. A little bit of caffeine, a little bit of sugar, and lots of Apex to come. I was impressed with what Space Station were able to do in that first game. As T-Squared mentioned, they were stuck in that building for a while. You saw they tried to use the gas to create some space and rotate around. Couldn't catch anybody in it. But eventually they racked up quite a few kills towards the end zone. So they made quite a lot out of not much. But, of course, G2... the zone was in their favor, and they made it work for them, coming out with the victory. I like the presence of mind to get some kills on the down players before going for that last guy, and that shows fantastic confidence as well. Definitely one of the teams we've got our eye on, and they've started on the right foot. However, not everybody has. The likes of TSM, the big brands here, alongside G2, of course, didn't have a great game one. Perhaps they could turn things around in game two.
Certainly not going to be happy with that. The likes of Hal, Reps, and Verholst, who I have on my list of winning today. I think another talent member, maybe even a few, have that as well. I know Vicky Kitty and T-Squared are rolling with me. James, who do you have today? What was your eye on today in terms of
Kate and I picked G2. I think
G2.
Obviously TSM are never a bad choice, but G2 are... I don't know, I think as far as the North American teams are concerned, I've always been a fan of their play. Going back to the Valk days before Ash came through, the way they would skirmish, they love to be up in this tower, but the way they would use height to engage, disengage, and just cause people problems was really fun to watch, and they are very, very capable of having a dominant day, and they've started well. We'll see if they can carry it through to all 6 games.
So far, not a bad pick at all. In fact, you're looking the best out of the lobby here. It's a nice southern circle in game 1 towards Thermal near G2, and they cleaned that game up. And now, of course, it's another southern circle launch site, and they are only going to have a few meters to travel before they are right in the middle of that. So, from Fragment all the way down, TSM will have to make their way. Lazarus Torrent around them as well. Xset at Harvester. Short and Sweet a little bit south, but also a team that you had mentioned doing really, really well, SSG, a team I noticed just having an efficient couple of weeks, particularly because they are already in the top 10 in playoffs. They have a game in hand, considering some of the rest of the lobby had played yesterday, still finding themselves in a great position point-wise and starting it off with a bang right under G2, who gentrifying on the Valkyrie, as you mentioned, getting that gold. Little bot to give him a gold helmet and a gold backpack. That is a big, big role for them. That's going to help quite a lot with the cooldowns and, of course, the revives if they need to come through.
Yeah, that Valk Q spam is going to be very helpful later on as people try to keep their shields up and keep their cells up. And we saw that some ammo conservation and such had to come in for G2 last game. And we ride now with both Jen and Hal, who'll be looking for a much better game too. That man has some of the, if not the highest standards in the game. And perhaps he'll have a better chance to demonstrate that in this second game.
When you look at wins, obviously adding one to the tally there, but it is definitely leaning in the way of G2. Hal, though, overall damage eclipses that number by about 150, 160 or so. But in terms of average kills, you know, G2 and gentrifying, finding just the edge. And that's kind of the way that they like to play. They do love to skirmish. They are not afraid to take a fight. Imperial Hal, you'll see him most likely switch onto the Ash later on in the back half of this lobby. We're playing 3 Worlds Edge here in the second half of North America, and then 3 Storm Point. It's reversed from what you saw this morning. Unlucky, a team I thought got very, not lucky, but definitely had a fantastic performance over the course of seeing them the other day. Oi Senpai, Kodagami, Casellos.
Yeah. We'll see what they're able to do today. They've got plenty of replicator points to use if they can find one without getting shot. There's a lot of rotations coming in their direction, so they may not be able to use those points anytime soon as the urgency to have superior position rises. And this is in contrast to what we saw in North America on Storm Point recently, where we had lots of teams playing very deep into the ring, trying to use as many replicators as possible, and perhaps we'll see more of that contrast once we move into the second map. But we're still on the first for now, and again, plenty of Valkolts coming through as everybody tries to stake their claim to the lay of the land around them.
Landing near Dome is Torrent, Urice, Rambo, RKN. They smell a little bit of trouble, not afraid to answer back the call. Only one shield battery, though, for RKN. Cole will have to find some more resources. He's got 10 shield cells, so I think that's the smart choice. Always question when people use those vital shield batteries in situations where they have the time to hit the shield cells, so he makes the adjustment. Nightmare, though. Wow, what a nightmare to fight. 2 gold shields. And Washi, Rolling Thunder from Luxford. Sees something, but it might be Complexity running away. Definitely not an engagement that is still standing for them. So a lot of movement here. Lobby kind of making their way down south in preparation for this final circle, which will end near launch site, Dome, Lava Siphon area.
We have a very interesting scenario on our hands here. Of course, we have some different approaches to the rotation, higher urgency in the likes of Torrent, but in doing that, they have sacrificed time at replicators. We saw them very, very squishy indeed with 2 white shields, and with the position they have, they're going to be low on opportunity. I think in the Dome area, we had E8 landing there, but it's Torrent who the pressure's on to try and level up their shields, but how are they going to be able to do that with the position they have? That's a question that they'll have to answer as this zone continues. They're not going to have any resources around them. It's going to be very hard for them to get opportunity to get more boxes to loot from unless somebody lands on them as well. So they might find themselves in a very difficult spot for the long game in game number 2 here. We'll have to keep an eye and see if they can turn their fortunes around, because for now, while they have position, they may have to turtle for quite a while.
Interestingly enough, too, TDG right near where Complexity was, but a nice phase breach. And you could just see the distance now that's been created. TDG kind of pulling through now into Fragment. Complexity already through the choke. Sometimes the ultimate, just to make things a little faster, especially when you've got places to go, you're in the interim, burn it. By the time you get back, you're going to have maybe 20, 30 seconds on that. It's a 2-minute charge for the ultimate. I like the use of it. Monsoon and the rest of the boys, very, very simple. Nothing complex about that one, and it's working out to their favor.
Just a reminder for those of you at home or elsewhere, if you're wondering where Girl is, she is in Toronto, I believe, with the family. And I think we are expecting her to be back on Saturday, so Tanner will be standing in for her. And there is a team behind them who are using a different replicator. So again, we're seeing many different flavors to these potato chips.
Yep, they've got the crinkle cut, they've got the waves, they've got a little salt and vinegar as well, maybe a little jalapeno. Those are kind of my choices there. Always a fan of barbecue too, can't deny that one. But yeah, Girl and TDG, would love to see that team together. They played subs 2 days in a row, and so either way, it's a great experience for them. One of our former casters, original streamer, growing so much in that community, and just a joy in Apex Legends as a friend and as a content creator. We wish her well. Hope to see her here soon. Space Station, though, well, they don't hope to see anybody. They're in too tight of quarters to really allow multiple tenants living in the same area, and this is the reason why. Dropped. He gets dropped. Frex, he's going down as well. It's just an aisle. He's on a white. Surely Space Station have lost here, but can he somehow salvage something? He's going to take a zip line and try to get behind this rock. No skyward dive to get away. He's just got the thrusters and hiding, and it's Lazarus getting caught up in between DXT. That was the engagement here. I think he'll be able to escape.
Yeah, Lazarus looking like they smell opportunity, although, yeah, that Space Station looks a little destroyed at the moment. One astronaut survives for now. Dexterity now will loot up. Consider the local threats, if you will, and maybe they have a chance to isolate a player. Have to think about their next move as well, and their back, of course, as they face one team at their front, but there will be more teams rotating in that direction. Lots to think about in Apex, a very dynamic game. Many threats could come from many different angles, especially with all these Valkyries, and Wash, they're going to be in some trouble. The floor is bleached by the likes of TDG. Get some nice KP. So that must have been the other team that was at the other replicator further back rotating through, and they were punished, and I'm sure Girl will be proud of this situation.
You know, usually we have these points updating as they're happening, but I believe that's just the points for today. They have 7 already. So this could be 10 overall for TDG. This is really a decent start for this squad. I love to see it, and the aggressive plays from a passive attempt. They know Complexity rotated. They know they were a little late. And instead of really trying to keep pace with that, I like the other version of saying, well, listen, we're already taking our time. Might as well go into that circle, taking as much time as possible to our advantage by getting those shield batteries, hitting the replicators, as you mentioned, James. And invariably, there are going to be other teams who are in that position, so they're going to have a leg up in terms of the ability to fight them and be prepared for those fights. As we transition to start a fight, who always find themselves in the thick of things, don't they?
Yeah, they're pretty true to the name as well. They are not shy to get into a dirty engagement. Nightmare will be on the rotation now as they're going to have to res one of their teammates. I don't know if this is from running through the ring. As we can see, they are pretty deep into the ring. And look at the time. There's 30 seconds before that ring starts to move once again, so I hope they've got enough health packs and so on. We can see there's a health kit and 2 syringes for Washi. They might need more than that, and perhaps they'll find some on the way. They do have the Valk, of course, and perhaps there is an ultimate to use to just speed things up a little. So, again, they are in a very good situation in terms of their armor and such, and that'll certainly help with healing up through the zone as you'll get bonus health reward for the gold armor, and you can switch that around if Washi needs a little boost as well, which is another extra useful thing with those gold armors. So still 19 squads alive for now, but as we can see, a lot of this playable area will soon be very unplayable indeed.
Well, we've got Complexity, who, like I mentioned, kept things real simple. Let's rotate early. Let's get involved, head towards the launch site, put ourselves in a position to be in a final 10. It's Complexity and a listen-in here as they manage the rest of the 19 teams in this lobby.
Also, like scout launch site if we hit our Valkyrie here.
Yeah.
It would be he's loading up, yeah.
Yeah, on southeast.
Might need to hit a Valkyrie here. We have info right now. Come on. Okay, come on. Where to then? We need to, I think, go like into launch potentially. Like either over launch, something like on my mark, like the blue bins or that little ridge.
Be careful here.
Okay.
45 on him. Cracked.
We need to find somewhere to play.
Okay,
it might be back here.
We can go
it's
here.
Probably back there. Yeah, yeah.
We can go might need to use Ashel. Valkyrie from that. Do we want to use Valkyrie or Ashel if we're gonna Valkyrie?
They're trying to look. They're trying to look north, guys.
Well, we should probably slide off.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay.
3,
ready?
2,
I'm going.
1.
They're gonna peek out.
Yep.
I believe there's a caustic barrel up there too. There's a body here. Careful windows. Careful windows.
Yep. Grabbing cells.
Okay, we should probably go blue bins.
I'm selling. Yep.
Popping a bat.
Selling again. They're trying to throw nades. Careful. They might try to walk up with Caustic. I'm looking around.
One's on perp. Alright, well, I'm down to try it.
I feel like we need to just do it with chaos, we can guys. Like play over here. Yeah. It might have to be on zone close. We might need to like take plat or something. Yeah, like we could. Yeah, if this team's like greeting out this rock, we could take part of the plat.
Plat's good. Team here on mark. They have angles on us if they see us though. Careful.
Yeah, I'm just hiding low ground. Left, then.
If we Valkyrie,
I hear them under us.
Yeah, I do. I hear them too. Okay, I'm chilling up here then. Yeah, I think we can get over the launch site mountain.
From up there?
Yeah, from up here.
Okay.
Yeah, they're directly underneath me southeast.
There's Valkyrie.
It's a Valkyrie. Yep.
I'm gonna just come up there with you guys. Solo, yeah. Yep, just keep thinking.
Alright, we just gotta land somewhere in fucking bubble and then we can Ash TP towards the side.
Yep. Nope, there'll be a lot of chaos. Might be playable.
We can definitely try it. It's just scary if there's a team
out here. It's gonna be like close for me to getting over this, I think.
They're under us. They just like right TP'd from under us to there. They just Valkyried from the back here. I don't know if that wasn't Siphon.
No, that was the middle Siphon team. Okay. Where do you think I can get over the mountain? Like right here?
Probably.
Oh, we could curve through alley, or yeah, you could maybe go over that. Might have to curve through.
We'll see how high we get.
Okay, okay.
I'm pretty sure we might just be able to clear that shit, but
okay.
If not, team's in there now.
Yeah, just be ready to call stuff.
Yep.
We got this. We got this. Composure.
All right. Let's
When do you want to rip it?
Pretty soon here for sure.
Think about now.
Probably like, yeah.
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 Okay.
Yeah, we make this shit so
Okay,
fucking
nice.
easy. Go over right.
Someone's
There's
already
teams
getting shot
dying
right
there.
here.
Okay,
All right.
fly
Like,
over
right
and let's
here,
see
though. Is this
ultimate
better?
low. Fly over and see if like ultimate low here is taken.
My
Is that
mark
team
might be
there?
playable right here.
Let's try it. Go mark. Go mark.
They're gonna peek on your east. I'm trying to look for
Get
you.
ready to move down here. There's nobody down there.
Yep. You look. We're holding.
They're also just around the corner here.
Getting
Yeah.
EMP'd.
Yeah. Get ready. I'm trying to hold. Get ready to
I'm
bubble
healing.
if they
I'm
fucking
done.
Get rid of
try.
them.
I'm just holding while you heal.
Okay, there's giblets going on over here too.
All right. I'm healing now. You hold.
There's
Yep,
nobody
you're
inside this either. Nobody inside the
heard
alleyway.
that. Just watch for zone. Look at it. Think about what we do
I'm gonna
now.
look for WAP, okay? I'm gonna look for
Right
WAP.
here. Heard that. I'm posted.
I can crouch right here and LOS pretty much everything, by the way.
Well, they made it there, James, but still a lot of work to do.
Yes, indeed. They're going to really have to use their cover wisely because they're exposed. If there are people with range, and they're going to be in trouble for sure. Speaking of trouble, Torrent seems to be in a lot of trouble. I saw their teammates get down multiple times. They could have just one player alive at the moment. We'll have to see when we can. And E8, who were previously in the dome now, are just trying to hold on to whatever space they can, but they may have to commit to this fight. It is do or die, and it's G2 they're up against.
Oh, no.
And that's not going to be easy. Jet, though, in really low health, trying to stay alive now, so it's awkward for both squads, and they may get shot from other angles as well.
Uh-oh, that's Resulta down. Designful has to try to hold. Mercy only to Presley. It's a 2v2. G2 knows that they've lost one, but can they somehow get him up? The caustic gas from Designful will be buying them time. I think the res is possible, but it just depends on what Mercy only and DePresley do. Resulta still low. Designful doing everything that he can. He's just got the eye. There's no worries, actually. They're going to get him up really easily. Gent knows that Designful is holding this angle. It's beautiful teamwork there. Good communication. You're going to get shield batteries off on all three, and that means it's going to soon turn the tide towards G2. Complexity, though, eliminated in your kill feed by none other than TSM. What a turn of events there. It looks like they didn't have the cover that they wanted, James.
Jet got 30-30 and then fell off the map. He's in the lava now. Nobody to recover. I just saw him going off the side of the screen. Of course, the box will be there.
I'm surprised more people aren't right now. I mean, just go up and punch him. I mean, you could really get a kill off of this, especially for the big boys.
Such an awkward position for all these teams, because if they go up to the top to try and fight each other, they're going to get shot by other people as well. So they are really limited in what they can do. And I have seen Hal's been peppering all kinds of teams and players from wherever he's standing. He's causing a lot of problems, but I don't see...
Wow.
Okay, Resulta's just got to try and hang on now as best he can. And EA, they're going to go for the full push. They're going to go for the kill. I don't see G2 surviving this. Indeed, they don't. Out in 15th place. They won't be happy with that at all.
No, after winning game one, but this is TSM. Oh, they love this type of zone right here. They play these rocks, they play this lava. They're so good at hitting arcs, hitting nades, and hitting shots. TSM, Imperial Hal, commanding the game right now, getting it down again. It's DXT, 7 kills to TSM this game, 8 kills so far, almost on the way to Hal. If they can clean up wave from DXT and Renegades all the way above them, I'm not sure they want to pick a fight with who's below.
Hal trying to get 2 games worth of points in one after the first offering. And he's still going. You can see the importance why he's always telling his teammates to have grenades now. Moves to 8 kills as Reps finishes off stomps with Thermite. Don't give Hal the angles, because he's going to win the duels. He's going to do more damage. That man is completely focused at the moment. But they do have a problem in terms of this angle, because they were getting shot from the right-hand side, so they have to deal with this team. Otherwise, they're eventually going to have all kinds of problems.
I'm telling you, they love these zones. They are just so good at manipulating the space, applying pressure. Part of it is that you don't need to show presence from that far away if you can hit a full clip of your magazine and the R301, and that's exactly what they're doing. Renegades is helping out Imperial how to clear out Aim God and the rest of NM, and that's going to do it right there. I don't know who got the final kill. Washi goes down to Hal. It's 7 kills for Hal in game 2. What a performance from TSM. We said they might be our favorites to win. 3 of the talent picked them here. G2 took game 1, but it's looking like more and more it's going to be Renegades who have an opportunity to challenge TSM to stop them from what could be a 30-point type game.
you could see how important that was, and Renegades maybe not realizing how important those kills were for TSM. They had to eliminate that threat, otherwise they don't have any safe haven. Now suddenly they have all this space. You can see how out there he's finding himself a Spitfire. He's doing even more damage, moving to 8 kills, 11 for TSM in total, and he's seeing more options now, more offerings. This team are going to have to press forward into the crosshair of Hal, and there's even more opportunity for TSM to have an absolutely ridiculous game.
Mama, there goes that man. Hal with a Spitfire in his hand. Watch out. He's cleaning up the lobby. He's mowing down anyone in his way. Do not come over here, Valkyrie. Do you know what's waiting for you? It is a headshot and a hip fire. Verholz, though, he gets out of dodge. He knows that Hal can't make it alive, and that's because Sentinels come in to steal the thunder, but TSM have already done enough. They will almost assuredly take the top points in this lobby, but can Sentinels actually pull out a win?
16 kills for TSM. If they kept going, we might have run out of numbers. Now we can see all the teams playing on the edge. Lou is out there, and so is the Crypto ult, which will give some location information when the damage comes up, give them an idea of where these players are. Lucas, it's time to be Vermin. Just hide in a little corner, collect some dust, and try and stay alive. Down to 5 squads. The carnage will continue as Sentinels look to thirst.
Boy, oh boy, does that Sentinels sing a sweet melody. We talk about it being a musical. And you know the beat? I think it's a top hit right now. Lou feeling very confident as well. R301 in the back pocket. He's picking up a choke. Purple, in fact, for the Peacekeeper. Matt Pickett on start a fight. Trying to do anything but here. He's got a full team of Sentinels and E8 nearby. Still one more team remaining. Round 6. This has gone quite a way, especially when the distance of these teams is so short. Albeit, even though it's short here, the distance between some of the play, it seems miles apart. If you want to watch all of these teams' angles, check out Multiview. It's the opportunity to see how they approach this final circle, as now Sentinels, 9 kills, approaching double digits themselves, James. What a game they have put together here. And if they can win, they will surely be saying a lot to this lobby.
As awkward as that E8 G2 fight was earlier, E8 has managed to just stay there and go for a deep run, and now they find themselves with some high ground. They've got to think about the second move, though, because, they've moved already, because, of course, once that ring starts to move, they would have been exposed, so they have taken matters into their own hands in that respect. But once these domes go, one of these teams will have to go as well. 3 squads remaining. Where is the third one? That's a focus on these two for now. Sentinels still have got their armor up for the most part. Lou, though, is absolutely naked, trying to avoid the gas. There's nothing but gas, and E8 are finding themselves now in a much stronger position. It's Lucas alone for Bad Boys. He's been creeping, and now he makes his way forward.
Too many armor swaps. They say, hey, guess what? Finders keepers, we took all the Sentinels down. We're going to get all 3 of their armors. There's no way one player is going to take us down, and that is certainly the case. E8, nice stuff. They take game 2. Those Sentinels, TSM, make big statements here for the rest of the lobby.
My God, did we see some big statements. Hal going absolutely nuclear, like it's the finals, but it's just the second game here today, and he definitely made up for the lack of action that we saw for TSM in that first game. 16 kills in total. I think he went over 3,000 damage. That man is taking the KP by force.
Well, it's so exciting. It's so fun to watch teams like that. Look at that, 19 points. Almost the #1 team, even though they came in 6. So only 3 of those points placements. 16 from kills. 6 higher than anyone else in the lobby. E8, though, because of the win, they take the overall lead. Sentinels right behind, as we were keeping you up to tabs with during the gameplay. But, wow, to say things are heating up, I think that's an understatement.
See a much better game from Sentinels as well, who take 17 points away from that. And you can see how important the fight was between E8 and G2, because G2 are at the other side of the leaderboard. And that position those two teams were fighting for turned out to be so important to have a late performance there from E8 and take the victory. G2 in 15th place. So that could have been the other way around. Such an important fight for G2 and... for E8, and G2 will be frustrated with that as they take only 1 point away from this game.
Yeah, because when you put together a win like that and you come out swinging, when you put together a dud, which is a 1-point kind of game, you might as well have just had 2 average games. And that just hurts because you start off with such strong momentum and then you cannot build off of it. Game 3 is almost like starting from scratch. But hey, there could be worse opportunities for you here. And really the star the surprise here, E8 really holding it down. They had a great place to play from, James. Probably one of the better spots in the lobby. Obviously, they had the ability to go up against G2 and really win that fight, which I think set them up for the victory. But, you know, they didn't have to face off against multiple teams from their back as they were trying to move into the zone. They could kind of play with the edge behind them. And so definitely did what they were supposed to do, but sometimes that's easier said than done. So congrats to them for winning game 2, putting themselves in the conversation here for the day.
Absolutely. Tucked away like a sock in a drawer at the edge of the map. And again, just the way G2 went out, they're falling off the map as well, not really helping. So the res wasn't coming there. But E8 definitely huge winners. That one fight set them up very nicely indeed. But my God, was the spectacular play from TSM taking a bit of shine away from that victory. Just like, what? That's only the second game. Again, we've had nothing but banger after banger, and we can see what it means for the overall leaderboard today, as G2 will still be up top, but TSM taking scalps one by one will move up 12 places to 4th place.
Amazing. Space Station, because of their great game, you know, they obviously are able to keep it up at 21. E8 winners, you would expect that. G2 just kind of pop off bigger in game 1 with a 24-point victory and only 1 point in this last one. But I'm looking at the likes of Dexterity kind of staying involved. They dropped 5. They had a good game 1, but Bad Boys really coming up into the engagement. I expected more from Renegades. I thought they had a really good spot. I thought actually TSM kind of outmaneuvered them in a place where with high ground, with shots on TSM already, they focused the wrong team. Nightmare could have gatekept TSM and allowed Renegades and Nightmare to focus on TSM for moving in and put themselves in a position to have those types of 5, 10, 15-point moments. But still a lot more to play, James, and a lot more movement to happen within these ranks.
Yeah, I expect Torrent will make their way up as well. They were partly harvested by Hal on his run through that lobby, so I'm sure there are better times ahead, and we spoke about their position, and the white armor as well didn't help them. Exit are very, very low. They've had quite the cold start, but perhaps they can get some heat into those muscles and start moving forward in game number 3.
You know, this is why we love Apex. It's why we love Friday Night Apex. I just have the feeling that this is going to go down to the wire. I mean, I don't know what it is, but everybody seems to be having their moments. And in a great moment of a competition or a championship where you see 2 truly good teams battling it out, each deserving of a win, and it's just a matter of who does it on the day, it's a special thing. And I think we're seeing that more in EMEA. We're definitely seeing that more in North America. Everyone is amped up. They are ready to go. They are fighting for their lives because it means traveling to Sweden in a month and winning potentially the majority of $1 million prize pool. Life-changing money, life-changing opportunity and exposure, and a life-changing experience too. So we are seeing North America like we haven't seen them before, James.
Yes, absolutely. And let's not forget, it's only the top 10 who make it to the final, so it's pretty cutthroat, and you have to perform. The pressure is most certainly on, and again, the TSM setting the example in that respect with just the focus we saw in that lobby.
All right, guys, we've got Game 3 coming up right after the break. Don't go anywhere. It's Vicky and Tom for our final game on World's Edge.
Falk 1. Falk literally 1 HP. Falk literally 1.
I got shot from the back.
Yeah, I just got shot in the back.
Yeah.
Let's go, baby!
Let's go!
Good job, good job, good job.
Oh my god, I was on them!
Let's go.
Lenovo Legion. Gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
2 games down. 1 remains on World's Edge. Then we have 3 more on Stormpoint after that. T-Squared and Vicky bringing you the action. Holy hell, he was popping off. Give that man an R301 and see what happens.
I mean, that was insane. If you need any reason to figure out why the Spitfire is created, I'm going to show everybody that clip. That clip exactly. I mean, of course, it's in the hands of Hal, but what scariest situation to be faced with than Hal with the Spitfire in his hands? Now we move on to game number 3, and look how quickly we are to jump into this game. Our Legends are not wasting any time right now.
The CEO of Apex. I would have loved to see TSM continue to live right there, but Sentinels ends up dropping them. I think the bubble came out a little bit late. Would have loved to see a little bit more support for the boy that was going for his 4K badge. He's going for 4K badge in the tournament, Vicky. That's absolutely insane. Some people have never even dropped 3K damage in their life. E8, though, they were the winners of the previous game, and that has to feel good. Presley, Mercy, and Golden. I believe Presley was the first one eliminated in the first game for Thermal Station as well, and Serial hit him with a finisher. So getting a little bit of revenge, and also 2 circles where both of them have been defended by home court advantage. That's big. 2 southern zones. We'll find out where the zone's going to move here as we take a look at the map very shortly, but it's nice to see our teams representing where their drop spots are.
It's also really nice to see how close things are looking here in the overall leaderboards within this lobby, and now seeing where the circle is going to be pulling. We're moving from all the way south all the way north now, and this is what I like to see here, that diversity when it comes to the circle. It's going to be around Countdown, it's going to be around Lava Fisher, and look at that, Space Station Gaming, they're going to love this because since they landed Lava Fisher, you have that beacon right there, so they're going to have that next set of information. The only team they really have to start worrying about is Nightmare, since they can start rotating towards that southern building over by Countdown.
So many priority buildings here, right? If it does go to Countdown, you're going to be in a good spot. But in terms of Lava Fisher, right where it says Fisher, right where that URE is, that building is really solid. You have the beacon building like you were talking about, the donut. And then those buildings on the outside of where that little ledge is, a lot of endings happening over towards that side. So Space Station Gaming definitely going to be feeling that. But Xset is so fast to rotate over towards the Harvester side. Vicky, look at this. They're already making their way over towards the choke to landslide.
That's always been their play, too. We saw the same thing happen when we saw the circle in game number 1 pulled towards Thermal Station. Xset was so quick with their rotations, and I think that's just because Harvester usually has that beacon, so they have that next set of information. They waste no time since Harvester doesn't have the... So they don't want to waste any time, so they can loot on the way up through landslide as we take a look at TSM. What a game they had in that last game. What, 16 kills that we saw get dropped? Hal himself had over 3,000 damage. I mean, look at that. 3.3k in that game. That's absolutely insane.
Really nicely done from Hal. Now he's going to be rocking the Wingman PK coming through. He has the 2x, he has the Digitart. We know that there's a couple of Bangalores in this lobby. Nightmare is definitely playing that one, so that's going to help get through any type of visual clutter, plus the caustic gas and the barrels that are going to be thrown down. But I love watching TSM on their rotations, right? They understand, hey, we're not going to get a priority building over towards Lava Fisher, right? So let's just get extremely looted, and let's go make our play after that. So it's a little bit of an edge play until they know exactly where the rest of these teams are going to filter in.
Yeah, you can expect them to start going a little south, maybe if they want to get that beacon information if they haven't already. But seeing how they're already up here, how they're already around this replicator, they can start making their next move. They're slowly going to be able to loot up before approaching that northern circle. Maybe also taking an approach through Skyhook, too, if they really want to try to face some of these teams that usually land there, like TDG.
Now we see what All Glory Gaming's doing. One of our crypto teams looking for some damage in the air. Nice 30-30 shot right there. Hey, whoa, calm down. All right, playoffs is until next month.
Oh, man, that tracking, though, Joe Max got to make a statement. Again, it's about sending a message, and All Glory Gaming has been one of those teams that has been absolutely playing out of their minds. We were talking a lot about them day number 1 for a reason. They're one of the few NA teams that have been running the crypto and finding so much success. They really play into this team composition so well, where they're able to get a lot of these beacon scans, get that next set of information without having to overextend thanks to that crypto drone.
I'm not gonna lie, Joe Max hits players in the air better than I do when they're standing on the ground, directly in front of me, standing still, Vicky. That was some really good shots. As you can see, the player outlines, another team is gonna be rotating directly in front of them, and let's see if he's gonna be able to connect on those shots. But we also want to take a look at the zone, and based on the favorable positions from our pro teams, you can see that is the building I was talking about where Torrent's at. Space Station Gaming, they're playing both sides of the zone too, and then you have the Beacon building right where Sung, Wave, and Stompstar. So this is a great spot to be for these teams already set up in Lava Fisher.
Absolutely insane. You see Space Station, Dexterity, you have Exet, Renegades. Over by the other side, I saw Bad Boys close to AGG. So many teams have already rotated in this direction, and I do think it's going to get contested very heavily where that beacon is close to Space Station. They could have that beacon in their line of sight so that way they can keep pressuring out any other squads that feel safe enough to be able to get that next set of information. But that's why we highlighted AGG so much, because they don't really have to put themselves in that risky situation. They can just use that crypto drone to be able to get that scan.
Kind of a similar situation for Space Station Gaming like we had the Thermal Station zone where they take a priority building. The Caustic's going to pay dividends to make sure that you're not getting charged throughout all of that. But Torrent, not looking good in terms of the armor situation. You have Double Gray, Double Gray, Urice and Rambo. They're going to have to do something, and they're going to have to get into this building and maybe play a little bit more passive. You can see an early Phoenix kit is going to be popped. Now Arcane's going to start tossing out barrels as they own that real estate. Sentinels over towards the Harvester side. They're looking for a skirmish. We know that they land over towards the Lava Siphon team. We know, or they're the Lava Siphon team. We know that the Xset squad has already rotated out. So who is this? It looks to be G2. Two really, really strong team fighting teams possibly going to pop off here.
It's good that G2 is disengaging here because we saw Sentinel's Evo shields. They've been hugging this replicator, talk about harvesting a lot more of that Evo shield charge. And with that, Sentinels had the Evo shield advantage. Nightmare now over still by Skyhook. This is what we were talking about before, where if TSM wanted to rotate north through Frag West, they could inevitably run into a team like Nightmare or TDG. So with that fight happening over there, Sentinels are still just going to be crafting some shield bats so that way they could be up and healthy, even putting down the dome for some extra insurance.
That's right, it's arts and crafts time. Grab your materials, y'all. It is time. Now Luxford taking a lot of damage. He's inside the smoke. A lot of grenades flying on over towards that way, and it doesn't seem like Wash or Aim got really interested in helping quite yet, but you do have the gold armor, so cells are going to be double. Results of getting a knock onto Serial, as Serial was the first person to get a kill in game number 1, could be the first person out here in game number 3.
So many fights happening on each corner, so G2, they're going to be able to finish Hakulo in the process and still landing these shots. Resulto with the headshot. Oh, the cleanup. CLX. Sorry, but you're going to get sent straight to the lobby by G2.
That's why the Wingman is just so darn powerful. You can't get that out of any other weapon, that time to kill from that type of range. Plus, it just comes in great burst damage. Nobody even took any shield damage, really, besides Resulta. That's when you know the fight went your way.
Yeah, that headshot sound is also so satisfying here. G2, they're feeling real great after that quick KP that they were able to clean up, and they're going to be able to move and control this choke point. They're getting contested by another squad, though, and since that fight was so clean, they don't really have to worry about that third party too much.
No doubt about it, and they're just going to be big chilling over here, right? Whenever you play the edge, G2 is the masters of this. You don't want to push too far in because then you end up getting pinched and you're the meat in the sandwich. You want to be the bread. You want to be sitting on the outside. Keep that action directly in front of you. They're going to continue to loot up. Not like they really need any loot, right? That's an extra battery right there, but you already have 4 batteries. You got an Altic cell. You're good on nades. Basically a perfect inventory coming in here for Gentrify. He's going to send that one down on over towards his teammate and pick that back up. But it's interesting to see controller players rocking the 3X on the R301. I wonder if he prefers the 2X or the 3X in that instance. Vicky, I know you love the 3X.
Yeah, I love purple. I love all the purple sights, even the sniper purple sights. I definitely rock those. I love the 2x4 as well. Complexity now on the high ground, though. They're rocking the car. They're rocking the EVA 8, looking at Muffins. He's also got the redeploy, but they're hearing a lot of the fighting happening right in front of them, and I like this patient play that they're opting to go for because you know that there could be some teams rotating away from Landslide right into the line of sight of Complexity. So while they're going about this slowly, they're about to rotate right into the direction of TSM.
Kind of an unorthodox pull, and it makes me wonder, will this zone continue to go over towards Lava Fisher where Space Station Gaming is, or is this going to go elsewhere as TSM looking for Sentinels, and Sentinels is out of here. Picking off where they left off in the previous game, a lot of aggressive play, looking for opportunities to get kills, and that's what we're talking about in terms of, hey, they understand, we're not going to be able to get into the middle of the zone here. Even then, this zone is pretty unpredictable, so let's go and look for teams and opportunities to find those kills. Very well done from TSM. Feeling good about our picks, you know? It's good to just copy Rain Day once in a while.
Yeah, I'm gonna start peeking at Rain Day's homework way more often. Now we get to take a look at the highlight as we were seeing Complexity originally with their rotation. This was TSM coming out of their fight. They cleaned up Sentinels so quick. Complexity wanted in on the action, but were a little too late. They had the Ash passive to scan those death boxes, but they saw that TSM had already came out of that fight, had already restabilized, so they didn't want to fully send it on that team.
Zone knowledge going on over to Complexity. You can see they know where round number 3 is going to be, and they are in that zone. Again, playing that slow side of the zone, keeping your back clear, always a really big key as we go back on board with TDG. Tanner the Legend filling in for Girl, as she is out of town. She will be back, though, and competing, and it's nice to see Tanner coming in and subbing one of our longtime Apex Predators that we have. Go check him out, and also check out the multi-view too. If you want to go and watch maybe these two teams and watch them fight, you could get the comms, you could see all these different points of views, up to 4 different points of view, so go on and check that one out. But the caustic, it's hard to push through that, and Tanner's 15 damage away from being able to get to purple. That extra 25 shields may help out a lot.
Talk about the purple scope. He's got it on the flat line right now, and yeah, just like you said, he's so close to getting that purple Evo. They're not going to fully send it, and they're still inches inside of the circle, so it's not like they have to get moving anytime soon. So a nice building to bunker down in, as Tanner, again, like you said, is on that caustic. Really difficult to push into this Legend, and he's just blocking all these doorways.
It's kind of a weird spot for these teams to be, right? Typically, if there was a raid, you'd be portaling on out of here, but this is a full send instance. It's going to be Wash going up against TDG again. This is the second time we've seen them fight. Last time it was TDG. Tony getting the initial knock right here. Zerbo and Jeldon going to back on off. You can see the flank coming around, the Thirst onto Amboy. This is not looking good. You know they're resetting on the other side. Plus, you can't push down to the second floor because all of those barrels Tanner had.
I was honestly really scared for Tony. He was isolated from the rest of TDG, but Wash actually losing out on Amboy there means that they won't have a dome for the second portion of this fight. J-Lowen now trying to send it in, but they're just scattered around. Wash getting their ankles broken. Nightmare now has made an appearance to be able to be fully sending it in to get in for that third party, and with a gold Havoc on top of it all. Luxford being on this Bangalore is going to be so scary with this Havoc in his hand.
And it's still round 2. We know that's not going to do that much damage for these players. They're going to still be able to fight into the zone, but after about 10-15 seconds, someone's going to have to hit a med kit here, as Vize is going to be piecing out. And that's also a change in compositions for them. They're going to get off of the crypto and go on to a little bit more aggressive for the rotations. Everybody from TDG fairly healthy. Unfortunate for Amboy and that Wash squad. They're going to have to be doing this as a broken squad. Now, what do you do in this rotation? You have 3 teams over here just waiting it out. And you don't want to wait too long, as you can see Papa with that 30-30 getting the knock onto Klein in your kill feed. You have to make a move in the next minute, right? Because it's time to rotate, and you would rather be doing other things, like hitting a scan onto zone number 4. That scan directly on the outside of the zone is looking pretty nice.
I'm surprised there were so many squads in this area. Lazarus, TDG, Washed, Nightmare, everybody wants in on the action, but this is pulling so far away from Skyhook, more towards the left, closer to Lava Fisher, that so many squads already still fighting by Skyhook. You could imagine the circle keeping that's going to be done, kind of in the position that Nightmare is in, but they're going to have to start moving soon themselves.
Looks like they are getting ready for some sort of skyward dive. Aim God's looking around like, hey, are you guys ready? What's going on here? Do we hear footsteps, or is that just me and my teammates, as the skyward dive is going to be used on the other side? That should be TDG. Saw a couple of kills going on over towards that right-hand side, but you have the balloon if you really don't want to go for the skyward dive. It's a little bit safer to go for that. The balloon could be an absolute suicide mission. Is dropped. Knocking Jaguars with that Arc Star. Defensive bombardment's going to go down. Space Station Gaming rotating out of the Lava Fisher area into a little bit more central of that truck, and that truck could be a potential end zone. We've seen the zone pull over there before, and they're not interested in that smoke. They're going to back off and continue to watch their back. Look at Vicky as that next zone comes. If they watch that choke, no one's going to be behind them. This could be a great play for SSG.
Yeah, SSG just has to make sure that their backs are cleared, and with AGG pushing away from Countdown and getting that knock, that's going to be a great situation for Space Station. They also got the Spitfire in Zenial's hands here. They have the redeploy just in case they want to also utilize that passive, but they're still pressuring out AGG. AGG, it's just going to be a matter of time before another team comes in on their 6 and actually pushes in to pinch them. We saw that Complexity was on the train tracks originally there, but Complexity doesn't look like they're moving up just yet. Space Station are just now going to be able to loot up real quick.
The Chopper putting in some serious work as we take a look at what TSM's doing. They're making the rotation. Let's hop into a quick listen with TSM.
Just land on there, land it, so we don't waste oob. They might peek the doorway, look for that.
Caustic team?
Look door.
Popping a cell. I'm 8-4.
They're not fucking with us, looks like. Just literally 3-man stare at this shit. Don't worry about the fucking window guy, he's useless.
I hear barrels up, I think. I think they're close to us.
No, there's a team in the truck on the other side of us.
Oh, okay. I have a spot you can OOS on me. I'm 6-4.
12-4. I can drop you too. Wrong button.
We're gonna just walk this in, I think. That's the play. This team is going to Valkyrie most likely. That's inside this room here. Like,
I won't even have Valkyrie for zone. I'm at 40.
I know. That's. I'm hoping this team inside Valkyrie's for us, so we can just walk out and just shit on this team in a choke. You're 100% not gonna have Valkyrie, right?
It's at 54. No,
Okay.
we won't have it. I don't think. It's gonna be like really close.
You need heavy?
I have 170.
I can drop you 40.
One team Valkylton. They give
We
you
just got ulted. We just got ulted.
Come forward. They're gonna ape, maybe ape us.
You need should we bug this?
No, we're fine, I think. We're fine. Someone's just landing on us! Wait! Look above! What?
I don't know.
They might be on the other side.
Yeah, they are on the other side.
This team on the
What's your
east is walking
percent
in,
at? What's
I
your
think.
percent at Valkyrie at?
80, 81.
He's Valkying us. He's walking up to Valky us.
Yeah, keep looking. I don't know. They're gonna Valkyrie there. They're gonna oob. Valkyrie time?
88, 89. 91.
I'm gonna have it.
We might get Calcium over there.
What's the time?
It's at 99, 100 now. I have it. We can go now.
Let's pop that bitch.
All right.
We're gonna oob straight. We're gonna land here. Come here now. Land here now. Actually, no. This time is safe.
Where are we going then?
Low ground. Ultimate low ground here. Wait, no.
One dude.
Go here. Go underneath. Bubble, please. Bubble right away.
I'm trying to. Right on me.
Yeah, back call. That's back call.
They're fighting here.
It was bad call.
Such a tough situation. You can see how many scans were coming in. When the mini-map was all covered in red, you knew TSM had a tough break. That's another rotation that did not go TSM's way, just like how they did in game number 1. Now Complexity going to try to take advantage of that and maybe have their biggest game yet. You can see they already have 10 points. That's going to continue to be populated, but they have the knock on to start a fights. Matt Pickett. It's pretty big considering he's one of the entry fraggers for them as well, but you can see the discipline coming in from Complexity, Vicky. They're not interested in overextending for their life.
Absolutely, and they shouldn't too. Look at this. There's still 11 squads left in this lobby. Startify just dropped right now. Space Station is still popping off onto Lazarus. Only one member left from that team. But G2 holding on to this corner, they're going to be able to see all the teams rotating away from Countdown into their line of sight. And that's going to be free KP for G2 if they manage to hold this spot. But with this dome being called in and Jenk going so low, they have to fully send it on Complexity.
Space Station Gaming continuing to have a pretty solid performance today, but we're on board with G2 as they're trying to finger roll that grenade forward. You can see a little bit of damage over towards the side, but Gentrifying takes a ton. Now the massive shots connecting 9-9. Bam, to the face with the 36 as well. Resulta, will he be able to get the res after he gets the kills? Well, he has to finish the fight first, as a lot of teams are in this vicinity. Round 5 starting to close with 9 squads here, and a majority of them are full sending.
This is absolutely insane. Resulta still alive. Dexterity, though, with the grenade, cleaning up those 2 kills here. G2 with the mobile respawn beacon, they're going to be able to get both those members back up. Meanwhile, E8 has been popping off in the kill feed. We've been seeing them light a lot of these teams up, and they still continue to hold on this spot. And they're even using the mobile respawn beacon up to the right as some makeshift cover, but they're not in the circle, and now they have to funnel forward.
Winners of Game 2 trying to do some big things in Game 3. The bubble It was forward, but it was very far forward, enough for them to at least buy some time until this zone closes. Basically perfect execution there as they're moving as a unit, shoulder to shoulder, but there's so much action over here, Vicky. That's where Space Station Gaming was locked down a while ago. And you know what? They're still on the outside, putting in some serious damage. Space Station Gaming is popping off.
Where do you go? Space Station Gaming, with this composition, were able to secure that truck for so long that they didn't have to go out into the open like so many of our other squads. From 11 squads, now all the way down to 3, dropping like flies. Unlucky, out of the lobby. Zenile landing these wingman shots, and they have the natural cover of these rocks as well as so many shield swaps to work with.
3 full squads duking it out. Complexity in Space Station Gaming, they're still in. We'll find out who that third and final team is here very shortly, as you do not want to be the first 2 teams to fight. You definitely want to be that last party going forward. And it's Bad Boys. Wow. First and second place from the previous game are still in this lobby.
I love it. I love this. Bad Boys, after coming in second in game number 2, they're looking for their revenge. They only secured 2 KP, but still, second place, that's the placement points. Now they're going to be able to secure more placement points. And look at this. They have 7 KP as a whole, as a team, and they're sitting in the same exact spot that we saw G2 sitting in.
Misspoke there. It was E8 who won the previous one. Bad Boys did get second, so they are trying to continue onto this total, but still, Complexity and Space Station Gaming, these are big squads that you're going to have to deal with. Very tough indeed, but they have the zone. Look at this. They're underneath the bridge. They have one team coexisting on top. Sometimes this may end up in a heal-off with this type of zone, but I don't think any of these teams are interested in that right now. Promus has the defensive bombardment in hand. He's going to toss that one. That's definitely going to force out somebody's bubble. Now it's forcing the team down to the low ground. Complexity has to push. They're going to go in onto Bad Boys, and now Space Station Gaming is going to take huge advantage of this. They've been playing this game phenomenally.
While that bombardment put in the pressure onto Complexity, Space Station was still tagging them on with a wingman. Now they're fully uphealed. Now they're going to be able to contest Bad Boys. Is Bad Boys going to get second place again? Space Station, they lose out on drop. They're dancing around these domes, but Zenile, he doesn't miss. Only one left here from Frex, and Space Station are your Game 3 champions.
That's how you fight in the bubble. You continue to go at it. You switch weapons. You don't have time to reload. You just got to let those things rip. There's no time for heals. There's no time for crazy reses. You can't run away. Once that bubble goes down and it's for all the marbles, you fight. And that's exactly what Space Station Gaming did. They did such a great job rotating out of Lava Fissure into the choke, over towards the blue trailer, predicting where the zone was going to go, and then picking up a lot of kill points along the way.
Yeah, remember, they were holding on to that final circle over by Lava Fissure for a really long time, but it's really nice to see the teams that we were looking out for our teams to watch just absolutely popping off. You had Complexity in that top 3 at G2 win game number 1. We saw TSM pop off with that insane 16-kill game, but Space Station coming in first place with 12 kills. What a heavy frag game it has been for a winner so far in NA.
It's all about getting into the middle of the zone. That's what they did. They thought it was going to go over towards Lava Fissure. We even called out where that zone potentially was going to be. Once it pulled away, that's when they made their big move. Meanwhile, you saw teams like TSM taking multiple skyward dives, not able to find anything throughout all of that. Look at the kills coming in from those top 4 teams, not leaving a lot of points for the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, leave some for the rest of us. I mean, you know, if you were sitting in game 2 and you had to see Hal pop off with the Spitfire, I wouldn't be surprised, but they didn't perform to that degree here in game number 3. Very inconsistent look from TSM as we get to take a look at that second page, landing themselves in 14th place with 3 KP. That unfortunate indecision definitely cost them at the end there.
Could be a little bit of a caster curse with TSM, right? We talked about in the pregame show how they've only had 1 placing outside of the top 10. That was 11th. They've had 2 in 3 games, both of them on World's Edge. We'll see what happens when we move on over to Stormpoint, but a tough game for a lot of our top teams that have already basically gotten into great positions for possibly going on over towards the playoffs as we see the damage being put down. I love when everybody's this even in the damage.
Yeah, look at
besides
Zenile.
Frex. Come on, Frex, get it together.
He's on the caustic too. You know, what he needs to do is clear that space with that Nox gas. He's got to make sure he can bunker down with those caustic barrels. But Space Station's positioning in that final circle allowed them to bunker down inside of one of those trucks without being exposed to being out in the open field for a lot of the rotations that were forced out leaving that countdown area. So overall, Space Station really capitalizing off of those early rotations.
And everybody really playing their legends to perfection, really, in terms of how Frexes is tossing out all of the barrels, the Nox gas grenades, dropped on the Gibraltar, throwing the ultimate. The bubble timing was really nicely done, too. That defensive bombardment changed the entire outcome of that final fight, Vicky.
Yeah, the very end there. You had the bad boys just send that bombardment down, but then you had Space Station off to the left, ping down on Complexity. I mean, when you want to fully send it on a squad, when you're forced off of that high ground, it's unfortunate. But then you also think about, do I conserve the dome in this situation? Do I just let it loose? It was a tough situation for Complexity to be in, but that's why Space Station were able to swoop up and clean up those kills.
Definitely was. Let's bring Kate back to the desk to help us break down the action from the first 3 games. World's Edge, that's exactly what we would expect, Kate.
Oh, you are not wrong at all, and it did not disappoint, to be sure. And one of the things I get to do is I get to sit back in this dropship here and just kind of overlook the entire map and enjoy the carnage that we have seen. And, of course, that means we get to start us off talking about match number 1, which my pick and James's pick G2 won. But as we talk about that, the thing for me was that early rotation into Thermal Station. We had early contests. We saw early blood. We saw TSM jumping in the fray early, unfortunately out early as well. Tom, talk to me through how G2 really managed to defend this home court despite so many teams descending so fast.
It starts with their original pick to sit up over towards the high ground, and then after that, it's all execution. And the hardest part was when they had to move from that high ground down below. Which spot do you technically pick? Because that's when Thermal Station really starts to heat up. And then just looking forward to the bubble fights, that's what they do. You can see them picking off Saucer. Nice job by Renegade Saucer coming through off of that res ship, but also the presence of mind here from G2. Yes, you sacrifice a little bit of your life right there, but to get those 2 extra kill points on the ground is really big, and then finishing it off strong with the 3rd.
Absolutely, and as we take a look here at match number 2, Hal, we got to talk about it. 16 kills. He could have had more damage. He could have gone even further. And Vicky, I'm going to give it to you in a second, but Tom, I know, if given the chance to be on TSM in that moment, you've got some thoughts on what could have gone differently.
I just want to see these bubbles come out earlier, Kate. I really do. And I know Reps is one of our strongest players, if not our strongest Gibby in North America, but I feel like they're not utilizing all of their resources, right? The bubble comes out, but he's taking a lot of damage from over towards the side. When they get the landing from the previous game, game number 3, I want to see that bubble come out immediately. I think that there's just a little slight delay that's going on in terms of the communication.
You are absolutely spot on, as per usual. And Vicky, I feel like as we see the end circle here with E8, which is definitely a team I've been keeping my eye on, which is such an interesting one because they're 38th currently in the overall leaderboard. So came out of nowhere, presumably. But Vicky, as we talk about that bubble fights, SSG in match number 3 specifically, boy, I am rhyming a lot. They're showing us the masterclass of really how to use that bubble, not as basically as an asset, as an incredible tool to take on your opponents.
Yeah, talking about using their utility, not only were they able to bunker down that truck like we were saying before, but they didn't fully send it until they saw the opportunity that Bad Boys opened up for them. Bad Boys already took so much damage around the end when Complexity dropped down on them after they wanted to hide away from the bombardment. That Space Station, all they needed to do was mow down the competition with whatever was left in that Spitfire. Saw so many Spitfire plays coming out on World's Edge, but what I am worried about, Kate, is are we going to see teams like E8 continue on this domination while we make our move over to Stormpoint?
Oh, what an interesting question, and boy, will we be able to answer that in not too long for sure. But I will say, we talked about this at the very top, and Tom, I think this is really interesting because we talked about the stack lobby yesterday, and listen, we have some incredible teams in this lobby, to be sure, but perhaps is this what happens when you don't have, we've been seeing G2 and TSM certainly popping off, but the likes of E8, is this a surprise coming in from 38th now to taking a game, to being in those final circles again and again?
I don't think so. I think that what happens from a psychological standpoint is once something gets announced like a LAN, everyone wants to go to that. Everyone wants to be involved, right? Everyone already wanted to play for $1 million at home, but when you throw that extra layer in there, it just becomes a lot more real, Kate. And I think that people are sensing that now, and we're starting to see everybody really step it up because they want to go.
They do indeed. Let's take a look at that leaderboard. And one of the things I've been noticing a lot is that, sure, we don't have necessarily the TSM coming in and winning a fight, or winning a match, but boy, do they rack up those points there, Vicky. But Space Station Gaming says, no, I think we're going to enjoy this. We're going to enjoy our wins and our losses equally because the KP and the placements are there.
Yeah, this is the split one Space Station Gaming that I was expecting, and they are here to deliver. I mean, week 3, they had a pretty nice showing. They were in the top 4 right behind Sentinels, W, Energy. Now they're showing that consistency. As time has gone on within the NA region, you could see them really picking up the pace. Now, overall ranked above G2, that's saying something, and with a nice little gap between themselves and second place too.
Absolutely. And Tom, you know, the reality is that we've had the TDGs of the world, the Nightmares of the world. They have been coming in and making the lobby perhaps not quite to the level of our first page of results, but certainly saying, hey, we're here and we're going to do some damage while we are.
I'm looking at these squads like, Torrent, Nightmare, Xset, one of the teams that's rotating faster than everybody. Very surprising to see them sitting in 19th place, and I believe that they were inside of that top 20, trying to push inside the top 10. So maybe it just wasn't their time on World's Edge. You could see from TSM's point of view how difficult the rotations are. Everybody's really playing center zone. Everyone's doing a great job of making their adjustments once the zone does pull away. But everyone was victims of the zones, and that's why it's, the first 2 teams protecting home court advantage. I think that's why, for me, the third game was the most impressive game that we saw, the way that Space Station Gaming was able to execute.
For sure. And we have seen teams, not necessarily consistently, but certainly has happened where a team will come and dominate World's Edge, dominate Stormpoint and then dominate World's Edge. We've seen that happen before. Could it happen again? I don't know, but let's take a look at that map rotation. As we mentioned, the first half of this round-robin format, well, we started those teams on Stormpoint, 3 games up, 3 games down, and then we went to World's Edge. And then today we're like, you know what? We're going to do this different. This round-robin format, that second half of our split number 2, starts us on World's Edge, starts us on the map that everybody, Tom, to your point, everybody's had a chance to get to know in such detail. And Stormpoint, even as of yesterday, we were hearing players go, hey, what a great PLV. This is awesome.
Yeah, Zach Mazer with his excitement, like Christmas morning over there, finding this. It wasn't even like a very small spot. This was a large spot of the map that they had never really discovered before. To me, that's the most exciting thing, because you see them still learning the map, but they're already playing at a really high level.
They are indeed. Well, this high level is showcased in so many different ways across our social media here at ALGS, and we're going to show you a couple of those right now in this graphic. That would be, of course, our Twitter, @PlayApex, our YouTube, and our Twitch. Gang, I cannot say this enough. If you're looking to level up your play, if you're looking to understand a little bit more about these teams, these players that have kept us all intrigued throughout this entire split and beyond, well, those are the places to go and find out even more. We're all here. We enjoy you so much. And speaking of enjoyment, match number 4 is coming up right after this. You're watching the ALGS Pro League here in NA.
They're pushing. Crack, give me low. Give me dead.
Break this one. Nice, crack. Nice.
Let's go, baby. Go. Good job. Let's go.
That's how we play World's Edge, baby. Good.
Let's go, baby.
What was that? Good call on the truck, bro. Good call on the truck.
Oh my god.
That's what I like to see, baby. The assertiveness. Oh my god. You're getting me
Holy.
Well. That's it. I didn't really have a great question on that. We're starting Storm Point, though, James. I guess that's worthy of a well. Also, hello, we are back in action. You know, it's those kind of late night hours. We've had one broadcast already today. We're halfway through the second. It's late for you. What time must it be? Maybe 3 in the morning? Is it helpful to remind you?
Towards 2. It's heading towards 2,
okay,
but my body's normally on Los Angeles time. I actually have a clock with LA time here as well, although it's not in front of me right now, of course, because I'm focused on Storm Point. We have a whole new map. Don't mention the fish farms. We have a lot of great action coming our way now. 3 more maps, and we're going to see completely different scenarios to what we saw previously on this map. We'll see if Space Station can keep up the good work, or if TSM can turn things around, or maybe they were a flash in the pan with that absolutely insane performance from Hal and the rest of the team in Game 2. But we'll see if they've got any more gas left, or are they done for the day? So many questions to be answered as we land here on Storm Point.
You and that salmon. I'm not going to mention it. You can find it on Twitter. James is keeping us worldly.
I don't know
informed.
what you're talking about.
I don't know what you're talking. Yeah. Well, you know, speaking of fish farms and across the map of Storm Point, there's a lot of things to be brought up. Not only great areas to play, but great weapons to use, especially in the wide open spaces where we've seen these games. And Space Station, a team in my book that has been performing quite well. I love Zenile and the way that he's committed to the horizon. It's not so odd to see on the Storm Point, but I think we've seen less and less of teams transition back to her and kind of sticking more with maybe even some comfort wraiths. A lot of Ash for sure in terms of that role, playing in maybe the Scout or the IGL. But you can see here we're going to go towards Launchpad to kick off game number 4. We are halfway done, and SSG in a perfect position to take advantage of that. I do also want to note, look at the split from complexity here. Muffins and Shiny, like the siblings they are, actually really far away from Monsoon, but, you know, a lot of loot to be split between 3 players.
Yeah, the same could not be said for E8, who you can see at the top in red. They are landing in a high-tier loot position. They have to rotate quickly, though, because they are the meat in the sandwich if they don't, and they're on the move already. So we'll see where they end up. But they're going to have to be fighting early, I would expect, with any rotation that they're going to have. They've got a very narrow channel with which to work with. We'll see Drop to be picking up the Peacekeeper, I would imagine. Very favourable weapon, although we tend to see the Mastiffs on the Gibraltars. We'll see if he sticks with that or swaps with his teammates later on. Space Station looking to capitalise on a nice Game 3 as we move to Game 4. Now, Storm Point, of course, a very big map, and we often see slower starts to this map as everybody tries to get the best they can out of the replicators. Of course, this week you have that purple backpack in there, which is oh so important. So people have been taking extra time to make sure they have all the things they need, all the pieces they need before they put their jigsaw together.
Different roles, different performances. Of course, Mark dropped these, and Bowen, Monsoon Fuller. Big note to Monsoon. I actually heard this in an interview the other day. He was competing in Paladins before he kicked off, and Apex Legends got a little bit of a similar track there that we followed to get to this great game. And obviously, when he came to Apex, all that is history. Made a name for himself, taking down one of the greats in streaming, Shroud, with a big Kraber moment, and obviously grew to not only the rises of interest from a content creator perspective, but of course, as a pro, him, Muffins, and Shiny getting together here for complexity. Now engaged with SSG near where this circle is most likely to end, but the story of complexity still very much from its culmination. I feel like this team has a lot to give, and boy, oh boy, would you notice that TSM actually here too? We've got Xset, SSG, complexity, and TSM already right here in round 1. There could be some serious action happening.
With Space Station enjoying some high ground, it'll be hard for these teams to push each other, so they may be keeping an eye on things for a while. Very awkward landing for complexity, just hiding behind some boxes. They almost look like they've been shoplifting and they're trying to hide from security with the corners they're holding at the moment, and they will be harassed for a while. Oh, even the ultimate getting thrown out as well to maybe try and pull them into the open. Not quite getting what they were looking for there, though, as there'll still be some cover for Complexity. But I don't know how tenable this position is going to be over time. Their resources may be limited as well, trying to ward off some attackers. But what is their next play here? Where do they go from here as they try to avoid all these grenades and such?
You know, NRG actually played, I think, this north pad zone, launch pad zone, excuse me, in a pretty similar way, kind of running from the outskirts and pushing in late. But because they're here so early, there's going to be a lot of teams who end up causing them grief if they stay here. So I agree with you, James. Really not a lot of real estate. We know that under this bridge is a pretty good place to hold. Teams have to kind of full commit to get in and take over your place. But I wouldn't be surprised if Complexity and TSM kind of go at it here. And Imperial Hal hitting the first strike.
Yeah, if somebody's going to find an angle, if somebody's going to find a way, it's going to be Hal. His spatial awareness is through the roof. Despite Space Station being up high, he's still going to land some damage with the Wingman, which since the Split 1 finals, he's really been favoring this even more. Possibly his favorite weapon at present. He has it so often and does deliver with it, as we have seen. It's a very nice damage, and again, Complexity are in a position where they can't really replenish their resources, so they want to hold on to these shield cells and such for as long as they can. They have some reasonable armor at the very least. Of course, we saw Torrent with a reposition earlier on World's Edge, where they were very squishy indeed and didn't really have the opportunity to level their shields up as far as we could tell. But Complexity have purple and blue at least. But indeed, this is going to be a very long day in the office for them, especially when they don't have a roof.
Wingman, obviously, just what a legacy weapon, always so good. I kind of actually misspoke on the efficacy of it last week. I've covered this so many years now in Apex, and I almost get confused, but it is 100% movement speed while you're aiming down sights. Part of the reason it's just so effective in dodging and also delivering damage. Almost every single weapon outside of shotguns is going to give you some type of huge movement speed decrease when you aim down sights. And even looking at the Peacekeeper, you're going to get 91% of your movement, but you're not going to get 100. That's where the Wingman and the pistols like the P20, the hammer points that can go along with that, and the RE45 actually do have a really big impact. The Mozambique as well in the shotgun category. But it's one of those things that from a heavy ammo weapon with the efficacy, the headshot ability, the easy efficiency of the ammo, you talk about a weapon that can do it all, but you've got to be confident to hit your shots. That's the Wingman. And so it's pretty deadly and pretty scary that Hal has gotten comfortable with a weapon like this that already has a leg up in many ways over the rest of the lobby.
Gotta say, I'm getting Mario Kart vibes, like Super Nintendo Mario Kart vibes with these tridents in the bright blue water. And I wasn't expecting to see so much trident in professional matches because it is one giant hitbox for your entire team. However, we have seen how many teams are focused on using the replicator. Of course, that may change from week to week depending on what's inside it, but it has been a big priority all week, and we are seeing teams come through the ring very late indeed to use as many resources as possible. And I'm sure that is increasing the use of these tridents for this week. So it'll be interesting to see how that changes as we have different items in the replicator. But for now, they are of high importance to quite a few teams. So we do have those late rotations into the ring, and we'll keep an eye out for that as we still have 20 squads up. There's just one unlucky soul who has been lost early now as we have 59 players on the server.
Really, really interesting thoughts on the Trident. We'll bring that back up again. We've also got an interesting character choice. I love the XT and the Fuse that they bring to these lobbies. 14 points. Could this go even higher? Obviously implementing something that most of the lobby are afraid to do. Fuse has been a staple in the earlier parts of the scrims and the meta. And you will still continue to see teams experiment and trust in it. Mr. Hakulo on CLX, trusting in the Valkyrie, staying inside, not winning that one. DXT Wave getting a little bit of a reward for their pick. And the Fuse with the Devotion Turbocharger and the Peacekeeper. Oh, big ring of fire ready to go as well. Excited to see if they can make something out of this lineup heading towards our next circle. There's still 20 teams alive, James, so a lot of Apex to play here in Game 4.
Yeah, a lot of coexisting in this area as well, as we have another beacon scan. We can see there is a lurker to the right side of the screen now, being joined by another one. So this is only going to get busier. There's not going to be space for all these teams in this small, so we'll see how things continue. But Space Station will be chilling for a while again. They have very good position. They've got the information as well, so if a rotation is required, then they've got the space to discuss it. Although, if they do need to head out, that could be awkward, actually. How would they do it from where they are with all the teams surrounding them? I imagine they'll be hoping that they can stay put, because otherwise they could find themselves in trouble. Now, TSM have been here for quite a while, and of course, Reps has his squishy armor for the time being. Limited opportunity to level up that armor, but that will be a focus for them. That will be in the back of their minds as they think about what is coming through. Also, they're not in a position, of course, to get that beacon information, so they don't know if their position is still good.
And interestingly enough, too, I mean, the little things, you notice that Hal has the purple. Could have easily swapped with Reps to get the white, but Reps isn't that kind of player. He is somebody who is a giver in many ways to this squad, doing the things that are sight unseen, yet very, very much felt in terms of the impact. And he's going to get his own white up. He's not going to put that burden onto Hal to go ahead with some type of task. Hal needs to stay focused on what they're going to do next. And obviously scouting out that area, getting ready for the entirety of the team, as it's all on really his shoulders, as well as the feedback from Reps and Verhulst to get the job done and make those clutch plays. So really, really nice teamwork in the small things from TSM to be able to move forward succinctly here. With G2 now in your feeds, they have taken down, I believe it is Renegades who went down. I know that, oh no, it is CLX. I know one of Renegades has fallen to G2. So they're running around the map here, willing to fight as they are leading points in this lobby here from the team still alive.
Yeah, DXT still holding on. I don't know if they get the banners from where they were lost, but we'll have to wait and see later on. We can see Torrent, one of the few teams in this area. Again, everybody taking it slow for now, but once this ring compresses these teams, then things will start to get more interesting. Everybody being real careful for the time being. G2 looking for a deep run again. With how they performed so far, they really have some nice opportunity ahead of them. And TSM, they do as well. I mean, they've had some very mixed results, very underwhelming in the 3 games that we've seen. Of course, there was a big spark in that second one, but they still have plenty of chances to bring this forward. And I wanted to mention, actually, XSET, one of the three teams I was looking at in the middle towards the bottom of the table, where I'm looking for better results from them. XSET was one, Complexity was the other, and the last one I have to think about, but I'll come back to you when I remember it.
Well, definitely the time for XSET to make a play is now. Complexity sitting calmly where they started, but as you see teams start to move and get closer and closer, they're going to have eyes on Complexity. They are out in the open, and so they're going to have to decide, do we want to push TSM below? Do we want to get out of here and rotate? Crummy waiting with an Arc Star that will explode really nicely timed as the dome shield of the Gibraltar will move away. But I am very, very excited about XSET and, of course, DXT, who seem to be making their way across the fields. Kenny hitting up a shield cell, 100 left before he gets up to purple. XSET on 3 points in the day, and Imperial Hal still firing away. It's good damage. TSM's Reps still working on that white, desperately needing a couple of shots here to get him back up to fighting fitness for an engagement like this.
Okay, DXT.
Oh, no. I just feel like Start a Fight are possibly going to be able to loop in on TSM here. They're not afraid to do stuff like that, James.
The hammer drill from Vayne. Very, very nice damage indeed, and it gives him an extra shield cell. Shields, actually, not shield cell, obviously, but that is that was some nice damage, and that could have been followed up upon. Torrent was the 3rd team I was thinking of, actually. A very confident team who will be disappointed with where they are at the moment. Now that's Dome being forced, but there's a lack of position there. Fortunately, time is on their side. They can hide behind that rock for the time being. That zone is not going to be moving just yet. They've got 90 seconds to think about where they're going to be placing. And again, we've got the tridents being used as walls to give some cover for Start a Fight. Maybe some dynamic walls here, but you've got to be careful about moving them around. Hey, they could move it while they're inside the dome if they were brave enough, but I can't imagine that's a priority for them for the time being.
I'm excited to see just the innovation continually coming through from teams in Stormpoint and also just in the ALGS. These tridents, now it's almost a staple of the meta. Things have evolved so quickly that this is absolutely standard to see these 2 vehicles that are meant for rotating being used now just for cover that can rotate with you. It's not a far cry from throwing a Gibraltar Dome Shield onto it and rotating as well, but keeping them stationary, just so fun. So creative. The options now become limitless. You can see a phase breach ended in a lot of kills there. TDG. We know the girl in Toronto patiently waiting, watching the team supporting. 12 points so far. Tanner filling in and doing a great job at that. Great content creator within the scene. And recently doing really well here in the pro scene.
So we can see G2 have moved forward. Now they find themselves in a nice position by the stairs. And let's have a listen in and see what's happening on their comms at the moment.
Give me his first floor. No. I'm gonna sit on this door. All right, bet. I'm gonna watch the staircase then.
I'm watching the staircase. One in the shot crack.
There's a team playing on the roof. If you hold that door, we're chilling. This door's already blown off on their back, on the right side. Just hold that door and watch the staircase.
I might get a knock. Hold on.
Where are these bodies now?
Ash 140.
They're on that floor. They're on that floor. Yeah, but if we fight them, we just get insta-thirded.
Alright, out chill then. I have 2 frags.
Should we maybe like hold like up on top of the zipline too? I think they're up there.
No, just saying.
Yeah. Are they? No, they're not.
There's no one on height?
There wasn't. We didn't scan anybody. I think the kids that were shooting us are them. Yeah,
height, so.
Bet. I know, but we still gotta keep the middle floor. That's where we fall back to. Alright.
I mean, a team will not know how to
Height can get height. Yeah. But we have this door to play right here. We have this door to play right here. We can walk out to this door.
Yeah. Right,
is that side better to play? No.
No? No. No, a team on height will shoot for a little bit.
Team on height will focus them for free.
Yeah, go hit that beacon. As long as we hold the staircase, like this team can't push.
Yeah.
Well, G2 have found themselves in a very strong position for the time being, saying hello to the team below them. But if you look at the next ring, we are going, I'd be surprised if 50% of these teams make it there. It's already a very busy area. And if you're not in that area, I'm assuming we're going to see some hot drops from some Valcolts, and it's going to be pain one way or another.
Lazarus fighting on edge. And, you know, it's a different way to approach what has been maybe a more consistently circle that teams have rotated in early on, right here near where we see the pad. But I do think that, you know, there's a variety of ways here in Storm Point to approach these final circles. Kodagami, Casellos, you know, doing it one way, Lazarus doing it the other, and of course TDG mixed up in all of this, actually doubled in terms of the points. Here we see some of the teams remaining, and of course there's still 16 in the lobby, and Space Station out to the charge, leading quite heavily in that regard. But still, in Game 4, there's tons of room to improve, and it really is going to start to spell what we're going to look at for Game 5 and 6. This is one of those transition games where if you can jump out to the races here when people are still getting adjusted, G2, Space Station Bad Boys, E8, and of course TSM, all in the mix here to make a run for first if a big performance happens now.
I think we have a game of chicken here because, as we can see, the ring is about to start moving. There were, I think, 3 teams in this area, and I was wondering, even if they Valcol, how do they make it without getting shot? Not a single bullet fired at Lazarus as they launch themselves from this position. But speaking of position, where will they land? They're going to have to do as Complexity did in exactly the same spot, basically. And it's going to be a lot of people in the air heading towards this ring because we are losing 50% of the playable area. More and more are going to be landing, and TSM are going to be very hyper aware of who could be dropping because, of course, they are undercover. They have a roof over their heads, which means that these Valcolts might not even see them. They might think it's empty. Everybody's going to be a bit twitchy now as these rotations come through. And have a look at the kill feed. There just isn't the space to coexist, and there's all kinds of players going down now. Watch getting eliminated, and I'm sure there's many more to follow.
G2 finding a ton of damage, and they're all on purples. This is the worry I had for where Complexity was, but so far in the kill feed, Complexity doing fine, even though TDG getting involved in the mix. Complexity had fought off, and Lazarus forced to take the left side. Sentinels all the way to the right. TSM still sitting underneath that building, but they are still ever close to Complexity. Who is going to make a move? It is NM, Nightmare, making a move onto Tanner the Legend, so creating nightmares for TDG.
E8's eliminated in the meantime. We move to 14, but surely we've got to get down to 10, otherwise
gone.
things are not going to calm down. Exit, they're gone as well. And TDG will do what they can, trying to stabilize. We've seen some reasonable placements from them. I think they came 7th in the first game, if I'm not mistaken. And perhaps they can get Tanner up. I don't know if Tony's got his dome yet. I'm assuming not, but they might find a little space because there's a lot going on the other side. As we can see, Nightmare have got more action, and G2 are looking for more KP.
It's TSM on the west with Sentinels, and it's G2 on the right with TDG. What is going to happen here? Nightmare, they fall. Gentinals, excuse me. Gentrifying, making an electrifying play. Can he continue it up? He's lost his Einfold. This is tough. Results in him are going to have to go big here or go home. 6 points to the name, 5 kills for Gentrifying already. What can he do here?
Oh, Gent just trying to create some space to allow one res, but he falls down in the meantime, and Resulta may not last very long. He doesn't have any shields left, hiding behind his teammates' shields. There's one for either direction. He's got a shield sandwich with his team, but when is his dome coming, and will he even be able to get one of his teammates up? No, I don't think he might be able to, but we'll have to wait and see. Lazarus eliminated in the meantime. I thought that was G2 as the switch came in, but it wasn't there. Still alive for the time being. Sentinels looking good, though. They find themselves with plenty of space, plenty of domes to look at, as well as they try to find something. And we've got gas from TDG. They're back with a vengeance.
Look at this, all on purples. This is huge.
G2
gone down. They're gone. Oh my God, how did this turn around to TDG in command of this lobby? Tanner the Legend picking up another one. Tanner Slays getting another one himself. Shield swap onto the red. The Caustic tries to push in, and a headshot's waiting for him. That was Torrent. RKN slapped around with Tanner Slays and Tanner the Legend. Durango, he falls. Tanner Slays, he's most likely going to go down here as well, as alongside Complexity. All of the chaos, the carnage, and TSM sitting idly by saying, hey, this was a good spot after all.
4 kills for TSM, and Reps has found himself some purple armor, which is very, very nice indeed. You can see Eyes shining near the edge of the ring. Has to be careful. Got to get his heals up for his health, because he was on about 1 HP. Looking kind of parched, air looking kind of dry down below with all that caustic gas, but some of it's gone now as we have 6 squads remaining. You can see all of them at the top of your screen there. Space Station, TSM, Complexity. Sentinels unlucky. AGG. Who's going to be next to go, though? Space Station will have to press forward now, as they're going to start to lose some of the area they've been enjoying all this time. We'll see where they're able to play now, because they're going to have to fall between teams, I would imagine.
Yeah. They could end up Valkyrie ulting. That's one play. They could try to get up, buy some time as the zone starts to move in. The thing I'm most worried about, and the thing that I like, is that Sentinels really, I think, has the ability to play this as they choose and take command of this lobby. TSM is forced to fight with the solos from AGG. He's forced to fight with Shiny, and Space Station, instead of going up, are going to actually take down what could have been a threat for TSM. So now they're on the low ground. TSM still on the lower edge of this, and they're fighting AGG. They should most assuredly win this one. It's 4 squads left, and so you're going to see TSM now engage as a third party comes in. It is SSG realizing the right time. Zenile, Frex, are they going to stay alive? They will. They'll eliminate TSM, and SSG have one more shot here to put together a game-winning performance.
They've got to get that res up real fast, stabilize their team as best they can. There are 2 teams who will be concerned about what else might be going on, so we're not going to see them thirsted just yet, as there is some distance between them and the other teams. Sentinels now trying to create as many angles as they can, and at least 2 players for Unlucky are going to be on the low ground, but Unlucky are about to lose their real estate. They're going to be forced to the high ground perhaps, and they may be exposed to 2 different teams. That dome's going to create some space for a while, but things are going to get real scary now as Sentinels dome up. They've got some KP to get. Do they drop? No. They're going to hold the high ground for the time being, hold in the protection of that dome, and eventually try to harvest some final kills. Frex on the floor now as Sentinels look to find a W here.
I think Sentinels, they just had the best spot. They did let the lobby do most of the work for them, but then they're going to clean it up as they should. A team as good as Sentinels, well, they got to have their name signed on the bottom, and they're going to seal it and deliver it right here to the rest of the lobby. That'll be a W for Sentinels as they take game 4. First game on Storm Point goes to them.
They pick up a nice number of kills towards the end there to pad the numbers that they'll have, and they were looking for that. They really needed those points. They didn't have perfect games for the first 3, but that is a great way to start the new map.
I mean, their positioning, from what I saw, James, it looked like definitely a power spot. They were able to let these teams fight. And SSG, I think, did everybody a favor on the Sentinels team by actually getting rid of Shiny, getting rid of TSM, and then taking their spots and pushing in. When you saw that last fight, all Sentinels were doing was looking at a team that had no medkits, had no healing, and were literally out in the open just waiting for that dome shield to go down with 3 full members on Sentinels with cover as well to play behind. It was never going to happen. But look at that. Sentinels, even though Space Station Gaming do so well, they are only 1 point behind what Sentinels was able to put together because of the 9 kills to their name. TSM, 5 placement points, 7 kills. They're 12 points on the day. Unlucky Casellos, Oi Senpai staying alive for a while. Kodagami in the mix, 14 points. And AGG, not a bad placement game. Definitely not a strong kill game. Even TDG and the likes of Complexity surpassed them in overall points this round.
Spreading the wealth across the top 4, all those teams above 10 points from that game, and there are big names in there as well, so that is quite important. TDG with another 7th place and some kills as well, so we're definitely seeing an improvement, and they need those points to move up the overall leaderboard. G2 will get 6 kills, and with 11th place, that'll be very important to take something away from this game. After that, though, it starts to get a bit of an arid landscape, not really seeing much 3 points, 2 points, or 0 points for most of these teams, except once again will be disappointed with how they finish in that one. Same could be said for Renegades as well.
It's a great performance here for everyone involved, and I'm excited to see this continue, especially Sentinels, who, man, you talk about a team with so much potential. It is really hard to keep hyping them up, talking about the disappointments, putting it all together again, having them surprise us. I definitely think that even Sentinels fans are wondering, is this going to stay? Is this going to last? I think obviously they have the talent for it, but it has always been a consistency factor. And there's been a lot of things that are outside of their control that, you know, you can't blame anyone for not having the consistency or your mind not on the game. But right now with playoffs coming in, you love to see it. Just the way that they can, hey, keep this building, keep this moving in the right direction. It'll be a good day in North America when we're really looking at Sentinels being an absolute threat to win these lobbies each and every day.
Classic ambush artists on World's Edge. Sentinels, they're definitely a team people would love to see make it to the finals in Sweden. I think a lot of people want to see Sentinels on LAN with what they're capable of, and I would love to see just the live reactions of teams getting ambushed by the likes of Sentinels. And now we see the overall leaderboard. Space Station, who found fortune dropping into a 3v1 situation from an awkward angle, find themselves at 63 points. They have put a canyon already between them and the remainder of this leaderboard.
I mean, thank God it's only 4 games gone, because if this was game 5, you're really not looking at a good chance, even for the teams that are next to them. G2 having the only closing opportunity. Otherwise, people are, 27, 29, huge point difference here that is going to be separating them right now. So I like what Space Station have done. This is a team that I already remarked on being in the top 10. They've been performing really well. You can see it's not stopping here.
Yeah, and there's always a heavy focus on TSM, so to see them hanging in there with mixed results, up and down games, is always good to see. And again, looking at Torrent, we had eyes on them. They've only moved up once. They're in 13th place at the moment. Again, Xset got to be disappointed with their day so far. TDG, though, they got 19 points on the board. They're doing pretty good. It has to be said. They're in a good position for the time being, but definitely a chance for these teams to still move around in these final 2 games.
Certainly. And, that's the benefit of it. We get to see Game 6. We get to put it all together. But Game 5 now, we turn to a game that is going to decide if SSG can continue to build this gap. I trust in them. I think it would be a great day for North America for things to flip. I know I said I think TSM is going to win. I know a lot of the casters did. And that's a safe bet. But what I think would be healthier for actually the scene is to see a team like SSG just kind of shock and awe, put together an ESA-type performance over the rest of the lobby, and everyone go, wow, I mean, what are they doing? Now we got to count them in as potential final winners here heading to Sweden. So exciting stuff on the horizon for Apex Legends Esports. Competition getting better and better. It's Rene and James. We'll be back for Game 6, but in the meantime, take a couple of minutes for a break. It'll be Tom and Vicky guiding you into Game 5 after this.
Ashton was correct. I got a bat.
Still alive.
Batting right now. He flew up.
Look at them all under. They're stuck, bro.
Ash low.
Ash one. Yep.
He's in the corner. Flying. He's dead. Nice. One more.
So get me under us.
Nice, good game.
The easiest game ever.
That was like yeah, I don't even know what the that was. We had two people in the open and we didn't kill the kid either.
Bro, I missed every bullet.
Yeah, this guy bumped so I couldn't shoot anybody.
No, I thought he'd give me all to this.
Oh, yeah, I know. I was just staring at the team on the right because I didn't want them to like climb up on us or something.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Four games down, 2 remain. Space Station Gaming looking extremely strong. Sentinels, they took game number 4. T-Squared and Vicky bringing you the action. I love what Rain Day was talking about, how we'd love to see Space Station Gaming kind of throw a wrench in everybody's plans. But don't forget, when it came down to winning the big bucks, 100 Thieves, no one would have predicted them, took that championship. So you never really know what's going to happen in Apex Legends.
Yeah, let's not forget that Space Station Gaming in Split 1, I think they finished overall in 6th place. So Space Station put in a lot of work at the start of Split 1. I want to see more Space Station Gaming coming out to these lobbies, and they're absolutely delivering.
No doubt about it. And when we were looking at game number 1, is like maybe Complexity is going to be back into old form the way that they were able to predict that thermal station zone. We saw G2 take that game as well. And then we're seeing other teams like E8 pop out of nowhere, not only with a great performance in game number 2, but a solid performance in game number 3. But you hit the nail on the head. Where are the teams going to play in terms of how they're going to do on Storm Point? Where are they going to fall? It was nice to see Space Station Gaming keep up that consistency as we take a look at the leaderboard.
Yeah, look at this little gap that Space Station has built up for themselves. I mean, we've seen G2 put on quite a performance in the past. I do not doubt that with a crazy pop-off Game 5 or Game 6, they could definitely match that with Space Station, but it's about keeping themselves in the top 3 like Space Station consistently has within the last 4 games.
And TSM, they've been playing pretty solid, but again, they're not able to keep their entire team up in these end moments, which would be really big for them. I think the biggest surprise to me on this right-hand side has to be teams like Torrent and Xset. These are teams that are trying to get into the playoffs. They're definitely capable of putting up big points, but for some reason, it just hasn't been their day.
And you know what? I would even see the other side of the coin here. AGG sitting on the other side of the page. We've highlighted AGG back in the past in day number 1 when they were having a pop-off moment for themselves. I want to see more of AGG, especially seeing the compositions that they usually bring out to these games. But we are diving into our second game on Storm Point, match number 5 overall here in NA. I'm excited with Sentinels taking that game number 4. That means Sentinels, Space Station, they've woken up, Tom.
And you definitely got to look at that math, right, in terms of can you stop Space Station a little bit? And if so, who's going to be able to share those points to try to put up that first place overall? Right now, it kind of looks like a race for second place, especially if Space Station's able to get in maybe the top 5 here with some kill points. Then they're going to be looking mathematically over the top. But that is tough to say after 4 games. I mean, 4 games already past that 50-point mark. That's definitely what you're looking for in terms of playing some high-level Apex. Now on board with the winners from game number 4, it's going to be Sentinels making their way into their POI. And I love the way that Sentinels is continuing their same composition. We were expecting a little bit more changes, maybe like TDG getting off of Caustic, but Tanner's staying tied and true. Let's take a look at our first fight.
Yeah, here you go. Dexterity over by Fish Farms here, closer to that shipfall area. They get the knock here with Davis on this fuse. We've seen Davis before on this fuse in the past, and they're sticking to it. They managed to get that knock on to start a fight. Surprised that we're seeing those early 50-50s still going down, but this is Storm Point. We usually do see this with start a fight landing over by Fish Farms.
And there goes the res. It has to feel bad, man, for Crummy just to get punched out within the first couple seconds of the game. You're also going to be having the bow check PK. Maybe not the most ideal situation, but everyone kind of backing off. Pickett with some great cover fire on over towards the side. You saw the missile barrage was landing. 50-50s are tough, though, Vicky, because we know within 30-40 seconds, other teams are going to be looking to third party this. Not only that, you're using a lot of your utility overall, and we touched base on what Tanner was playing. Tanner the Legend still on that Caustic, and when you look at the zone where it's pulling over towards them, it's going to be very useful.
And they're going to have the beacon, so that way they could plant their feet into that final circle where they're going to predict where it's going to be pulling. But something else to note after that 50-50, with Dexterity taking over Gill Station, now is when they're going to make their rotation over to Shipfall, and they're going to deny that loot over to Start a Fight. So Start a Fight now are kind of pinched here between Dexterity and Space Station Gaming. And as we do have that information of the beacon, we do see it is going to be pulling over to TDG.
And because of the group stages, you're only playing these teams twice, right? So you don't know exactly if that 50-50 is going to happen again, and you don't really have that many games to adjust. So when I look at 50-50s and you're not getting much loot, Loba's definitely a play, is extremely viable, but it's not that popular in North America. When teams come to mind, I think of, W, I think of C9, not much more off the rip, right? That's just how unpopular it is over here. So we'll see how they're going to fare on that opposite side of the map without any of that utility. Bad Boys looking pretty solid. They've gotten a second place overall, and 39 points isn't too shabby.
Yeah, I mean, Bad Boys sitting overall in third place today is an amazing look from this team. Just being able to secure 18 kills, I believe, in total after that game number 4. Now they're going to be able to make those quick rotations, seeing there is a beacon that is going to be on the high ground here, but they know that there's been a squad that's already contested this spot alone, so they just got to clear the space, because we don't see the Bloodhound being used up in North America either. We see a lot of the Bloodhound in EMEA. We see a lot of those Bangalores, which is the reason why we see those Bloodhounds usually come out.
I know that you love Bloodhound, Vicky. Me, not a fan. I had an epiphany, though. I go, I hate getting scanned. And I was like, I hate Bloodhounds. And I go, you know what? I'm going to turn this into, I love Bloodhounds. I'm going to love outsmarting every Bloodhound from now on. Just got to change your mentality, Vicky, all of a sudden. Then you'll be just, that's just how you do it.
Hey, it's all about that positive mentality. I absolutely love it here. Torrent, though, you know what? They're in a fight, and they're running the Caustic, something that I can't say that I love very much. But you know what? I definitely appreciate sticking to your guns here, even when we're not on World's Edge. Torrent, they're looking to make a comeback. And Racken being on the Cossack with a purple Evo, he's trying to take a little off angle. Rambo also putting in some of that pressure with the R301, unfortunately missing those initial shots. But this is why when you have these elongated fights, the third party is going to be rolling in from the high ground.
Tough situation to be in, just like you said. Perfect timing for the third party. We'll see if the wingman shots can connect. That would be big for Luxford. But speaking of Loba, Luxford's going to get off of Bangalore, interestingly enough, when Bangalore you would think would be utilized here on Stormpoint, and is going to switch on over as Rambo gets knocked at 30-30 from Pop looking deadly. There goes the flush. Renegades needing a big game. They are still on the bottom of the leaderboards for overall in terms of being in that red area of relegation. You want to try to avoid that, especially when you have multiple tournament winner, one of our most successful players in ALGS Madness on the squad.
Oh, absolutely. Madness making those plays here. Torrent now trying to make their own play. With Rambo being gone, they could successfully get that banner. Saw Nightmare on the high ground originally there too. Now they're going to be able to zip line over to see what the action's all about on the low ground. Lux40 though, he heard us, Tom. He's on that Loba. Now TDG in a fight for that final circle positioning. They had that scan. They had the Cossack. They were able to secure this building, but they're taking too much pressure. They finally clean up AGG, and that's AGG being the first squad to exit out into this lobby. Now the archers are being moved in here, and Tony needs to be careful. He goes in for the shield swap, but the third party's rolling in.
They need to make sure they don't get thirsted here. Yes, you're getting the armor swaps through, but who's going to be able to go for the res? It's 5 seconds for the bubble. Now the enemy team is going to be pushing in. Big 120 there. Tanner needs to start tossing bubbles. Enemy bubble is going to come down. He needs to start tossing barrels. Excuse me. The barrels are going to go down there. It's the thirst right there. It's going to be Lazarus. It's going to be Dank coming through and finishing Durango. Now they do have the respawn Vicky above them. Maybe they go for that one, but it's tough. I mean, if the barrels were up for Tanner, I know he would have tossed them, but the timing from Lazarus was just too on point.
Vicky with the blicky, bra, bra. Lazarus now, also with the Loba. I love it we're highlighting this pick being so important because we usually see over in EMEA, when we have the Lobas out, it's because here on Stormpoint, when you do secure these final buildings for that final circle, it's really difficult to be able to obtain all the loot that you need to really sustain yourself as the circle gets closer. Now, having a lot of these Lobas, though, are going to deny loot from a lot of teams like TDG, who definitely need it with Durango being out of this lobby. It'd be really nice to have that mobile respawn beacon about now.
Be nice if they didn't come and kill your boy and then take your loot afterwards. That's a double whammy right there. I mean, that's just embarrassing for TDG. No, really nice play from Lazarus. You got to give him credit. That's not an easy thing to do to commit on when you only see one knock from the enemy team, but they just didn't go for the res immediately. Maybe one of those players, Vicky, had time. I felt like they were sticking their nose into the boxes a little bit too long, maybe waiting for the bubble. Could have been an opportunity, but again, not having the bubble up, not having any barrels up, good timing coming in for Lazarus. They really needed those points, you could see. And it is going to be, again, inside of the zone with the Loba. Can't really ask for more with that. Love seeing Space Station Gaming utilize the Horizon. We were talking about this yesterday. Not much Horizon is being played. And the players that are going to do this are going to have a very similar thing to where they have Ash. You're not going to have the phase breach, but your team fighting at the end of games becomes much stronger with Horizon.
Yeah, when you talk about team success on the Horizon, I think about teams like ESA, Skittles swapping from the Cossack off of World's Edge into the Horizon as we move over into Stormpoint. That's some of the composition changes when we shift over to different maps. Now, looking at TSM, they have a beacon in their sights, but they're holding this high ground angle, maybe awaiting another squad, just trying to overlook the situation while they loot up Mill. A lot of these teams have already secured a lot of their rotations, a lot of these buildings. Nightmare, being another one of these teams, actually forced off of the high ground, as Unlucky are the ones that are meeting them up here on the other side.
See the regular season damage stats also being placed on the right-hand side. A lot of different compositions, which I love. I'm expecting a little bit more Bangalore's, though. It's kind of surprising to see that not come out. And then also the lack of Bloodhounds. Very, very different regions, very different play styles. And you can see Luxford still on the Loba. I can't believe we don't have one single Bangalore in here. That is just wild to me as we see what Unlucky's doing on the rotation. Everyone going to be hitting these scans for round number 3 so they can skyward dive and figure out which positions they want to hold.
Yeah, usually we've seen CLX trying to run that bang before in the past. We had another team, I believe it was Nightmare, that was running the Bangalore Luxa40 earlier on World's Edge. Not going to be really the case here with Unlucky now, also just holding onto the high ground. They have the Ash, they have the Gibby, some of that verticality that we were highlighting on Storm Point, but they also have that beacon right there for that information so that way they know where they want to rotate. But a lot of these teams are just taking their time because as you can see, the communication with these pings are just letting Unlucky know where they want to approach that next circle, whether it be from the north or whether they want to wrap around to the side.
This is serious biz. I think they're even waiting for Senpai to get up there for the bubble to get the scout scan onto the next round. So Casellas wasn't having it. He's like, you know what, Senpai, run all the way across the map from where the next zone was going to be and come put the bubble down so we could find out exactly where this is going to be. That is just rather being safe than sorry. You don't know who's waiting to set up an ambush, who has sniper rifles on over towards the corner. Plus, you don't want to use any of your resources. I like that play. Now we'll find out what they're going to do with this listening.
In negatory. Not a single R301.
I'm gonna check down below as well.
I'm watching our backs and sides and stuff. Are we just walking in like super late? Right?
You guys just keep looking over. One of you look over me and one of you just watch behind. I'm gonna see what's playable.
Yeah, I got
side.
Behind really well.
Because I want to play from this side if possible.
You can get ratted over there.
Oh, we can play over here. Yeah, I think we could play that easily.
Trust me, there's a spot in there like up top. I'm an Ash DP.
Oh, I don't think we're even gonna have to because tunnel's still in. Even just tunnel,
we could like rat them or something and like land on them. I don't really have range like that to be honest. Not like we can team fire them.
I got all the range, son. Charge rifle.
I just don't think we rat it, to be honest. I'd rather have a team see us and know we're there and then leave.
Yeah, that's the spot where you.
And you want to carry this?
I can.
Want to hold it?
I can later when I move down.
I can drop a bat for it.
I'm dropping it right there.
Pick it up, you did too.
I just wanted more light ammo. 180 isn't bad, but...
Well, I'm gonna start moving to you, killer. Just start moving up now. 20 seconds left.
Hold on. Yeah, hold on. Come with me. Let's check right side first. And if people are right, we just go left.
Yep.
Because if no one's left, then like we're honestly... Or if no one's this way, then I think it's space wide better. We can gatekeep.
Anyone talk about the house or no?
I don't see anything.
I'm looking right choke right now.
People could rat us. Like, that team legit could rat us knowing that we were over here.
You think so?
I don't think they will, but it's possible.
I'm talking on our backs here, not...
Play safe when we clear our house, just in case. Someone shooting spiders?
Maybe.
Yeah, there's people doing spiders over here.
I have no range, bro.
I have pure range. Point the direction, I shoot.
Okay, Cody, look left that way just to make sure, and I'm gonna keep watching behind.
I'm gonna look at the choke and see if they're actually playing there. No, I don't see
I don't know
anyone
if they're playing there or not, but they're shooting the spiders.
Yeah, they're shooting spiders for sure. Is this house still in? Yeah, it is.
You want me to check this side? Are you ping?
No, don't check. Just stay back and then look at it. We should never rat check as a solo.
No. Never.
A lot of different options right there for the Unlucky squad. They're trying to scout out. They're trying to gather information. Surprisingly, they don't skyward dive in there. I think a lot of teams are realizing they don't want to go blindly into the fray.
Not only that, but look how many squads are still left. And I think we're witnessing a much slower pace game here for NA than what we witnessed on World's Edge. For all the obvious reasons here on Stormpoint. Space Station, though, taking some pressure, a great timing to that shield bat to avoid that ongoing pressure from the other squad. The Tether now, Space Station are just stuck behind this rock. Not much cover for them to work from. They could potentially use a redeploy. They do have the black hole, but that mobility is only really going to come from the redeploy from Frex here if they do opt to go for a different rotation.
We believe that's Complexity on the other side. You also saw Exet picking up some kills onto Dexterity. Their squad still is alive, however. I like Vicky how dropped is just big chillin' without using the bubble, right? You don't want to go and waste that. They're hitting the batteries as the defensive bombardments are hitting them, so it's not going to take off any of their health meds. But we see the zone scan pulling heavily over towards this northern side, and look at how many teams are still on the outside trying to make their way into the zone.
It's actually insane. That eastern part of that choke point is going to get intense real soon here. I'm wondering if that team in the island are either taking some of those shots or if they're shooting some of the prowlers. D2, though, inside of this cave now. Bunch of grenades being sent in their direction. They actually need to back off a bit here, but Designful gets pinged from the other side.
Bubble is not ready, available. Result of having to use the knockdown shields. It seems like that's been what's been happening way too much for G2 recently, and it's been Resulta trying to do this. If you were to have anybody, you do want it to be the Gibby, so I like that at least one of them stayed alive for the G2 side, and they're trying to catch up to Space Station Gaming. Right now, it doesn't look like they are going to be able to do so. Like you said, so many squads alive here. Resulta coming through and hitting the res. Other fighting is taking place. As you can see, Renegades is involved. Saucer already down on the ground. Picket and Start a Fight are gone. Now the kill feed's starting to light up.
That's actually crazy. Startify actually went in for a third party onto E8 when E8 was the ones pressuring out G2, and then behind G2 it was Wash, the Challenger Circuit team, who was actually trying to pinch them. Now Renegades on the high ground here are going to be able to move in. They're going to be able to take care of some of these teams after that knock. Nightmare also getting eliminated in the feed as G2 are now pinched between Renegades, Torrent. They could try to restabilize, but with all the attention off of them, they were able to safely re-heal, and then now they're going to be able to move in again for a potential third party as Torrent are immediately going for a redeploy.
The domino effect of Apex is unbelievable. Just imagine if G2 didn't get it eliminated right there, and now they can potentially push up on that leaderboard. Maybe they'll catch up to Space Station Gaming. Otherwise, we would have seen other teams surpassing them. Torrent, they're surpassing players on the map. A lot of different Valkyrie passives are being keyed, and now they make their way on over towards the building, but you can't see people inside of the building until you get there, and unfortunately, there is going to be caustic gas all over the place.
Oh, and Arc Stars on top of that, and the tether to make sure that you continue the pressure. Torrent now, see Euris just flying away. They want no business with this. They have to give up that building, but now they need to play off of this low ground. Maybe trying to see if there's any of these other teams sharing the real estate here, but they were getting pinged in every direction, so they want to play this safe as G2 now are going to be able to move in onto Renegades. They just lose the Signful now again, so they're going to get another res, but with this dome, they're going to be able to delay the inevitable.
Surprisingly, G2 doesn't have a gold backpack. There was a moment on World's Edge where they had 2 gold backpacks, but the one clip from Madness was so darn good right there. Now Lazarus is coming around the corner as well. Renegades, they're trying to stay alive over towards the side, and they will be able to, getting inside of the zone. Bubble coming down, very nice timing from Pau. They should be safe here for the next 10 seconds. As you see, he's going to take that kill lead. Nice job taking out one of our top squads. Renegades really needs those points. Space Station really needs all these teams to basically take each other out and just get those placement points.
You worded it perfectly, Tom. Renegades needs this. They've been silent for the past few weeks, and right now they're sitting in 9th in the overall leaderboards. Their best placement being 3rd place, so they see the dub in sight. They're playing behind this natural cover. They know that there's another team across the waters here, but they're so close to that circle that they're going to be inching in.
The heals are going to get them back on over towards full health. 1 minute until the zone's going to be moving over here. We see in the player outlines that nobody is down there, but it makes complete sense for them to go and check their back, especially with how loud that water is. Sometimes it feels like there's people splashing around in there, but it's just how loud it actually is. Now Space Station has gotten back into the middle of the circle. What is going to be new? Pau going to come around the corner, and they do spot a rat. So even I have the player outlines. I didn't see a player over there. They sensed him out.
Yeah, Wash now getting taken out. Renegades, you would think that they're the ones on the Bloodhound just sniffing out the competition out here. They see that rat off to the side, and now they have to play this safely because there's not much cover between them and those buildings, and they don't want to traverse through that open ground where the water is. So you can see them trying to take some off angles, but TSM have a really good position here on the height.
Good shots with the 30-30 little jiggle peeks. Now the wingman coming in for Imperial Hal, as he always does. Just kind of setting some warning shots, trying to, again, filter players out of the area so they can continue on with the rotation when they absolutely need to. Complexity still in this one. Space Station, Renegades, Torrent, a lot of our heavy hitters here with TSM over on that west-hand side. You can see fighting happening on over towards the building right there. They're trying to filter out TDG, who's been locking that down for a while now.
Yeah, TDG's been at building for a hot minute. Now Lazarus, though, with that Loba, they're going to be diving into the edge, but I don't know if they know that they're going to be landing basically right next to Space Station here, going to share this side of the circle, but a good little position that they've been able to buy for themselves. Now TSM with a later rotation, with a later redeploy, they're going to delay just dropping down, but they're going to be dropping down right on top of a team who have already used up their dome.
Verhulst is going to be a little bit late to the fight right there. Hal's going to have to get out of there, and now Reps throws down the counter bubble, but you can see how much damage they've already taken. That's going to be knocks coming in on both sides of the 2v2 situation, but once you start getting knocked, you know these third parties are going to come in, Vicky. There's so many squads left here. We'll see if Reps can do his best Resulta impression using these knockdown shields and staying alive. Can he avoid that nade with the death box? Yes, he can, and also another nade coming through that the knockdown shield is going to be able to help with, so Reps utilizing this to near perfection, as you can see in the kill feed. Renegades now going to be eliminated. Sentinels still in this one. TDG goes out. TSM goes out. Wow, a lot of teams just eliminated with that close.
With CLX being the ones on the other side to fully send it down onto Reps. I mean, that was such a difficult fight for Reps to really juggle in that situation. It's an amazing part just to be a solo and you being a Gibby at least, as if you are stuck in that position. But there's only so many knockdown shields, so many arm shields you could actually kind of hide behind, as CLX are going to take away from that fight. Currently going to see Space Station still holding on to that northern part of where that circle is going to be closing, but they have to focus down into Lazarus, who have no cover. They have the dome, but a beautiful grenade to crack shields.
Has the dome, has the defensive bombardment too. I'd be using that one right now if I'm Lazarus. You can see the bubble is going to go down. That's going to be the black hole from Zanile. Well timed, because the bubble's going to be going away. They need to toss a grenade inside of this bubble, though. That would be a huge play. It doesn't matter. Zanile's going to keep his PK out, and they're going to finish him off with that defensive bombardment, doing a lot of damage on the outside. Great use of the black hole. Again, the smaller the zone goes, the more that's going to eat up when the ultimate comes down.
And they defended their turf here too. That's beautiful here for Space Station, because now they know that there's no squad coming in from their 6. They know that Lazarus, who would have been that threat, have been taken care of now. With that bombardment, with that space that they bought, Space Station also have that extra loot, as Torrent are now going for their own set of redeploys. We saw how risky it was for TSM. It's not going to be any easier for Torrent.
And you love how the pro players understand, hey, let's focus the Valkyrie more than anything, because then the rest of the players are going to be dropping like flies. But with the changes over seasons, to have this return to Battlefield no longer be 30 seconds and it be 15 seconds, it's just so much more well balanced. You can see you're only really allowed to get one heal off, and then you have to drop onto the ground. But very similar situation. Bubble's going to come down. Eurus is going to be the last one, similar to how Verholst did, and the damage has to come in from him and the rest of the squad. You can see a lot of massive shots, great wingman shots too, but Rambo is the one to play cleanup. Again though, the third parties, they have to come on time, and they do. With the zone closing, there's no chance of survival.
CLX get taken down, but with Torrent getting third party, the buff Pathfinder, I mean, this is insane. Exit are playing this off the low gun. They just used up their dome. They're trying to contest this team that's right above them, probably Space Station Gaming, and it absolutely is. They have the natural cover of that gravity lift as well as the rocks, but now they've been able to use their dome second, so they have the advantage naturally here with some extra cover.
A team in first place and two teams that have really been struggling overall. Who's going to be able to walk away with this one? On paper, it seems like it should be Space Station Gaming. They have twice the amount of points that both of these teams combined. Can they shut out Buff Pathfinder to win their second game? Now it's a straight up 3-on-3 after they kill the rat from XSET. But somehow, one of the players from XSET has gotten away from the 3v3 fight. It's Klain magically surviving.
He's literally won. They don't know where he is, and currently both Pathfinder and Space Station, they're fighting against each other. 3-on-3. Meanwhile, XSET, they're by themselves. It's a solo off to the side. I wonder if there's a mobile respawn beacon anywhere. Now they've lost Rez. Both Pathfinder now playing this off of the rocks. Remember, Sentinels, they won the last game. Space Station, they won game number 3. And now they're looking to take a second game on top of everything that's happened today in NA.
Vicky, they doubled back and found him, maybe while the mobile respawn beacon was going down, but they also got a thirst on the other player from the enemy team. So now Buff Pathfinder not in a good situation. Wow, Space Station playing this one by the book. They're going to have the black hole being tossed out to Lee. He gets sucked in there, and it's just a matter of time before Space Station closes this one out. Perfect execution of the bubble. Everybody taking their time, showing respect, even though it is a 2v3. They want to end this one in style without taking any damage. Lee's already down. Boom! The last shot to the face. Space Station Gaming. They continue the onslaught of this group.
They're blasting off right now. They are feeling themselves. I love what I am seeing from this team today. They are really coming around after a bit of a slow start to Split 2. They're showing up very similarly to Split 1, if not even better.
What's a great sign is they won the last game on World's Edge. Now they take a game on Storm Point, and that's the key, right? They've been playing consistent, but not only that, they had over 50 points, which is that match point format. Plus, they got the dub when they were on that match point format for the first time. If you're getting ready for the playoffs, that's what you want to see if you're an SSG fan.
Yeah, I honestly really love to see that Space Station, not only did they take a game on World's Edge, they take a game here on Storm Point. You talk about that consistency, you talk about the 9 KP that they're able to secure alongside those 12 extra points for getting first.
You love to see it, and then you do like to see teams like Buff Pathfinder, XSET coming out of nowhere. Complexity, they've been kind of consistent inside of the top 10 overall. They just haven't had that big game yet.
Yeah, also seeing TDG doing pretty good, landing themselves in that top 10 spot. Lazarus, a lot of our teams actually that we had on the second page in the overall leaderboards really showing up for this second to last game in the top 10.
And you see TSM in 9th place. Our picks for today, Vicky, it's been hard for the rotations. All these skyward dives not really working out. You begin to wonder, is that where the learning curve is for TSM? Are the rotations coming in at the wrong time, or do they need to just be a little bit more picky on terms of when they are going to pick their landing spot? That remains to be seen. They're still playing at an extremely high level, definitely going to be one of our top teams going into the playoffs once they secure that spot. But surprisingly, on the second page, you have G2 going out fairly early. Tough spot to be in for Results towards the tail end of that. He was taking a lot of fire, but they've had a pretty good day overall. I feel like with that win, though, Space Station Gaming says, you know what? We got this one in the bag. Y'all could fight for second place.
Yeah, I mean, they held on to that northern part of that final circle positioning for so long, even wavering off Lazarus. Look at the amount of kills that they were able to solidify for themselves. The damage, too, very even across this entire team.
Super even, and Zenial's been playing out of his mind. Frex has been playing out of his mind. Multiple legends being used. We saw Caustic previously. You love going and seeing how they're able to make the adjustments. 2 different players playing 2 different legends based on the map selection. That is serious talent coming out from Space Station Gaming, and they're taking a page out of the ESA's book. I'm not quite sure exactly what their compositions were for the first couple of days, but when you look at that, they're doing the same exact composition. That's the team that's getting the meta and a majority of the points like ESA has been. Let's invite Kate back to the desk so we can break down all of our action on Stormpoint. Kate, welcome back.
Well, thank you very much. And boy, you are speaking my language, T-Squared, when we talk about the change in team comps. And I just love how spicy things can get when they have a different team comp coming in, especially on this newer map. But as we take a look, we're going to talk about where we've been, and then we'll talk about where we're going, because, of course, it's Game 6 right around the corner, and we've got some teams that are certainly looking at those leaderboards and going, let's see what we can do. But let's talk about match 4 before we get to that. So much of the late game was about not having room in the inn here, Vicky. Talk to me about how those teams really did a great job creating space most effectively. Which of those teams really showed that the space was theirs and everybody else just has to make room?
Usually those launch pad and circles could be so brutal. Space Station, though, had the god spot. They had the high ground. Usually you see a beacon up there, too, so the intel is just an extra double whammy for this very powerful squad. But the moment they dropped down, they got a little bit ahead of themselves. They kind of gave that win over to Sentinels when Sentinels were positioned way better than them, even though Space Station had the high ground. But again, seeing these end circles could be really tricky because you have so much shared real estate with so many teams early in the game.
Absolutely. And speaking of Sentinels, I think they proved really in that game particularly that you need to work smarter, not harder. And if you can get other teams to work for you there, Tom, and like talking about SSG taking out Complexity and TSM in the late game, well, how do you set up your team for something like that as we take a look at these Match 5 highlights?
It was pretty impressive. Anytime that a space comes open, you have to go and take that. But I love to listen in towards the tail end of Sentinels going, that was the easiest win ever. I don't think I've ever seen an end game where the enemy players didn't shoot back. It looked like a bunch of bronze and silver players running around, and I think that a lot of them will attest to that if you go and watch exactly how that broke down. But this was all Space Station Gaming, Kate. The way that they were able to, again, manipulate the map. Again, when you saw who the final 3 teams were, and you say, okay, the team with 73 points against 2 teams under 20 points, who do you think is going to win this one? Space Station Gaming picked him apart and never really lost their shields or their positioning.
They did not, and a lot of that had to do with that, that horizon, that black hole that really was effective. Tom, can you talk to me a little bit about how it, I guess because this is, again, we've seen ESA use Horizon, but we really, in this particular group stage here with these 2 groups, we haven't seen it. They're really coming in, and I love when they have one player, one team that has one different comp that can make all the difference. Talk to me about how that black hole was really well played. Here's sort of a masterclass if you're looking at this late game from match number 5.
What's interesting is we've seen success with Horizon and we've seen success without it. Like C9 switched off Horizon and was more successful after that once they picked up Loba and Caustic. This time, it's just in these instances, in this game specifically, very nicely placed black holes, and it's such a big utility, right? So once that bubble went down, I believe against the fight against Torrent, he threw it on over towards the side. Once they had the final 2v3 at the end, he throws it directly on one player, making it a 3v1 on either side that they want to choose. And then you saw the respect, Kate and Vicky, that they had for the other players. They didn't just rush at them. They didn't go staggered or anything like that. They left no room for error, and they methodically went about their business. It's very easy to just go and throw and play over aggressive that instance, but they were able to execute at a very high level.
Yeah, one by one as they trickled in.
For the Pro League, it's certainly one of those things where it takes so much patience to be a pro, and so often you have to hold back more than you have to jump into the fray. Speaking of the fray, let's take a look, Vicky, at these leaderboards and see what the math has said that these are. Oh my gosh!
Whoa, sheesh! Okay, we are really going to outer space out here. Space Station, 84 points. I mean, when you have this lead before you enter the last game, what do? I guess fight for second place out here.
I guess you do, Tom. I mean, you know what? I'm gonna say fantastic work so far for Space Station. You know, and of course we talked about G2 TSM, but I also need to mention E8. Let's just talk about that for a minute. They are on this first sheet when nobody, including those of us who saw that they were 38th coming into today's matches, would have guessed.
You know, I'm just glad that Rain Day didn't pick Space Station because I'm not quite sure how much more of the gloating that I could take from that guy. So now we have a real interesting face-off, all right? Kate, I know you guys got G2, we got TSM, but we got to talk about the other teams too for sure, right? Like Renegades fighting for relegation, TDG's having a great day, Complexity's playing consistent. But now, again, it's that race for second place. Space Station's just blown the roof off this lobby.
Oh, yeah, you are not wrong. And Vicky, as we take a look at the second page, I am going to say something. We've seen a lot of these. Listen, this last game specifically, we saw Torrent play a nice little piece of spoiler. We saw Lazarus bring in that Loba in. We saw start a fight in the early part of our matches today. And Nightmare. I mean, literally, I could talk about all of these different teams and say, hey, they've all played a very integral part in a lot of these different tournaments, a lot of these different matches, excuse me.
Yeah. Started Fight also getting third party when they were trying to push it onto G2. A lot of these teams that were in that second page doing a lot of work in that game number 5, but you could already see in that first page that big point disparity between themselves and that second page, but specifically Space Station sitting in that first place spot.
They are indeed. Space Station sitting in first, but who will come in second? And certainly, who will potentially find themselves a little higher on our overall leaderboards? Well, we've got one game left, which means it's time for us to head on off to a break for just a moment. But don't worry, match number 6 comes right after this.
I'm gonna ult them.
Ready?
Okay, I'm ready whenever. Bubble up on these guys.
Coming. Opening left.
Yep. I'm batting in the bubble. Just wait for 1 second and then I'll push right, okay?
I cracked those.
Yeah, pushing right.
Oh my god, get fit on. Holy.
Nice.
What are you talking about, boys?
Let's go, boys. Let's go. Let's go, boys. Let's go. Let's go. Oh my god.
Ladies and gentlemen, it all comes down to this. A full day of Apex Legends and just one game remaining to determine who wins. Well, no, actually, SSG is already going to win. We're pretty sure of that one. They have dominated so well in 5 games that they've made up for Game 6. They can they could walk, around this final lap. But it is a battle for second, and it certainly is a battle for pride, and it's a battle for moving forward into tomorrow because and through the rest of these playoffs coming up, these teams are going to be the same teams that see each other in Sweden. And so if you can't get it done here when it matters most, well, you're not going to be able to get it done when the stage is even brighter. So a big game regardless here to finish it off and kind of put your stamp on this day of Apex Legends in North America.
And even if you're not coming in first place, it's still very important, these placement points. Again, only 10 teams from North America will be headed to the finals. So it is going to be very cutthroat at the top, and you don't want to be one of those teams in the middle. You want to try and secure your position as soon as you can. That's going to be absolutely crucial. So we'll see Space Station now looking to maybe go for 100 points in this game.
I think they could do it. They really did get a valuable tilt of favor in that launchpad circle, right? One of the games that they won, the ability to have, where they land be where the game ends. It's not always happening, and you don't always get a kill that fast. Clearly, some teams deciding that it's better to fight than take flight. Torrent happy with that one. Rambo picks up the nice finisher.
Possibly record time for a kill there. Well, at least with a finisher, surely. That was very, very quick indeed. And difficult start. I don't know if they chose to... I mean, sometimes we see one player drop away from his team and another team will just be like, all right, let's just drop on this guy and finish him immediately. So that is possibly what happened over there. We have to see. And
it's
we can see where all the teams are currently. There is a spread towards the fish farms we can see, so there's going to be a lot of looting. Beacon and Replicator. May not be just one team heading towards those fish farms. In fact, we can see a rotation from second team already, so we may see some more early frags here.
And I do only see 2 members of Wash, so that might have been the solo who they found that landed maybe a little bit north into where Torrent is on the very northern side of your map. Wash, I'm looking at, is the kind of purple... light pink squad in that previous map graphic that we had. Start a fight. We know what they like to do early on. AV's backing around, using the second side of the Gibraltar bubble. Flying up on top is Matt Pickett, trying to get a better angle. It's actually a really, really nice approach. Can they just get the first shot, though? That's all the pressure that they will need. They've caught one inside, but he gets caught himself. Trades about 50. It's still even. Clearly a lot of fighting early on, and they might be fighting DXT. The only team I know with a fuse in this lobby, and that was the Motherlode down on the ground. Nice stick. Crummy getting involved, but he gets taken right back. It is DXT, and Wave finds it. Avies takes down Wave, though, and Sung also falls. Start a fight. Looking like they're going to clutch this one up. DXT out of the lobby. They are your first team down, and some spray afterwards to emphatically tell them they should not have started that fight.
Tactical crouching as well, nesting like he's above an egg. Oh, wow. Absolute BM to levels that we have never seen before. Really enjoying it. Sung a, caustic main, not on Storm Point as well, falling victim to Start a Fight, who want this Replicator real estate, the beacon information as well. That was a big fight for it, and that's some lovely early KP. And we'll see if they can get revenge on Start a Fight in the games to come. But this will be the last game for today, so they'll have to rue what happened. And that will be hard to watch. Definitely be looking for revenge for that in the future. And we'll have to see if that plays out. Maybe there'll be some animosity in future lobbies. But Start a Fight now with a lot of space as we are going to head to a replay as there's been more action elsewhere. Oh, that's actually here. Okay, so finishing off with the fist as well. Becoming the kill leader with his bare hands.
Oh, man. That's one we haven't seen yet. Barehanded kills. A little montage of that. I'm waiting to see people get punched off the map. We got a great map for it in World's Edge. A lot of circles that can benefit in that situation, and I just want to see it. I think if you realize the other kill that I want to see. All right, James, you ready for this? It was possible in our last circle. Punch somebody into a gravity cannon. Send them out into the ring, against their will and let the zone take them out in a final circle like we had at Launchpad. I think that goes into a top 10 moment in Apex history.
That would be quite something. We'll see if that happens in future. Or maybe like a Horizon queue. Wow. Well, you can see production have really enjoyed this, the replays from all the different angles, just to remind them, in case they miss it, in case they looked away, they can catch up on the stream and realize the BM that was happening. Thoroughly enjoyed by the guys in the back.
Yeah, we're not going to move on from that. Everyone will know that that occurred. It is the only action that's really happened today besides Torrent and Rambo getting the finisher. There's been a lot of Gibby finishers, a lot of Gibby movement. You know, hopefully you're comfortable with that. My man Gibby, he does like to do his thing. And ain't nobody mad about that around here. Buff Pathfinder. I've liked the way I've seen Kimchi Lee on the wingman. He's been hitting those shots, got himself into a top 3 alongside the squad. Only got 2 points off of it after getting involved there. Could have been close to 6 if they would have won, but it was a tough one. Exet Klein, obviously, staying alive and going against SSG, the winners of the lobby. Can't blame them for not winning it. Exet Renegades facing off at each other. If I'm Renegades, I mean, a lot more to lose than Exet here. You're on 30 points, but when you consider that Hal, G2, sitting on 40, and then, of course, 45 points respectively, you're only 15 points away. You put together a good game. You could jump into second here. You win this lobby. Second is almost assured, as long as those teams don't have standout performances alongside you. So there is a lot to play for, a little bit more of a risk if Renegades are, so I think they'll play that patiently.
Yeah, we can see the teams just greeting each other through their doors. Doesn't really favor them to fight each other at this point. Of course, they need to keep a respectful eye on each other. However, the rest of their team just needs to focus on holding their building. They both want to play for the late game, and there's no real need to increase their variance by choosing to eliminate each other when there are bigger goals for this. Of course, it's still early on here, as we can see there are 19 squads remaining, and there's plenty of space to be lost as we see Sentinels moving through with the Trident, not doing too shabbily, and they've managed to get the dome on the Trident as well, which gives them some style points as they move through and some nice protection. Very nicely done. Definitely something to learn. And that they had enough dome. They could be in trouble now. They thought they could go all the way around, but they can't, having to use the boosters. Otherwise, they could have been in a lot of trouble. So, lesson learned. Let's consider that.
They've got plenty of movement, too, with the Ash phase breach and the Skyward Dive. That Trident does a great job, and I think it's been a really good introduction of the vehicle. When you get shot, it's 20% of the damage that's done, split amongst all members in the Trident. So it's going to take a lot, of course, to completely knock someone down. However, the hitboxes of the models of the characters are still available to be shot. So you can shoot the Trident, hit 20% damage, but if you do it a headshot onto the actual model that is driving, it's going to count like you hit it in the middle of a fight. And so there's always a little bit of wariness that you should have if you are against players of this caliber and you're in that Trident. It could go from okay to dangerous very quickly, especially with a team like SSG who have their sights set on you.
What we need to see is a Trident hit with a Horizon Q and then Kraybird while in the air. That's what we need, style points. And
I love it. You know, have you seen one of the Tridents on the Octane jump pad? I mean, that thing, it just keeps going up and up. It's like a kid in a bounce house. You never get him out of there. Food, dessert, nothing is more fun than jumping up and down. Remember when life was that simple, James? We're just jumping up and down, got the job done.
Can a Trident double jump off of an Octane pad? That is the question.
It could triple jump. It's winning the NBA dunk contest off of that thing. It is fun. Too bad we don't have Octanes in here enough to showcase it, but yeah, always good interactions as well, and that's kind of the fun thing too. I mean, obviously Horizon brought a new interaction. She's a character that came in a few seasons ago. Ash, nothing really plays into the Trident yet. Maybe the next Legend, though, will have something that can maneuver a Trident as well. So who knows? Who knows where that will take us as Apex Legends keeps growing with the Legend roster and competitive keeps changing, and the meta keeps evolving.
Sentinels looking to have a tour of the replicators with their Trident to get all the resources they need. So once they're ready to engage other teams, we'll see what they are willing to do. We can see somebody, I think it was Space Station, who are looking for them. They were trying to gatekeep them, and it seems they were really invested in that.
Yeah.
Currently still playing edge of the ring, but Sentinels are long gone now. After some errors, after some navigation problems, the GPS was on the fry, but they've managed to find themselves once again now going back to the normal maps.
Yeah, they're at Launchpad, where you saw this game actually end prior. Let's take a second to listen to what Sentinels are planning as a team that could easily come into second place here on the day.
Walking. I guess they could still be up there, but I don't see why they would, because they didn't see any of us.
No, I don't see them.
Let's go.
Okay, where we go? Which way?
Let's go here.
Let's walk up here.
Opening up this is gonna be kind of slow because we're on the ultimate logo. Just saying.
Should we go right then? Over here?
If we can, but yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
regardless
we
of where we
can.
Valkyrie, it's gonna be from low ground because that whole side's like.
Yeah, true.
I'm 1 medi, 2 syringes. Oh,
There's some syringes here.
Yeah, let's go some. Don't hit that zip.
Alright, we just gotta see if we can go right or not. That's it. If we can't go right, then we can't go right.
We should not.
Isn't there like a something on that cliff? There's like a bunch of cover on that cliff, right?
Yeah, just we're ultimate low. Look at this fight. Is this 30?
There's a car here, and yeah.
They might fight. Try and take it slow.
So just stay together.
Yeah. Just AFK at this wall. They might come. They might come to us because maybe they can't get held, so we're riding. They're Valkyrie.
We should look them. Is this other team walking?
Maybe the other team won't think we'll come now, right?
Yeah. I think that's what we'll do. They're going behind. Do you see him?
Yeah.
Yep. Make sure we're full HP before we go.
Yeah. There's gonna be a team here, 100% in this corner.
Yeah, medding now.
Or what? I think there's cliffs up on our left, so they could be up there. Be careful.
Yeah, we have this corner right here.
Okay, I'm walking in on the corner. Watch above me. I'm gonna climb and check it.
They're there at that rock.
Right,
At that rock.
I'm ready. Is it fightable or what's up now?
No.
There's a team at not as well.
They don't see me though. I'm gonna try and come back to you guys and just rat, okay?
Yeah.
Yep.
If they saw me right there, we're fucked. Alright, they saw me. Back up. Come to me. We can't just sit in that corner.
We need to pop alcohol. I don't have that many meds.
Yeah, I know.
I have a med kit and 4 syringes now. We have charge rifle as well.
Heal up.
Oh,
We have to back off from right here.
Nice.
Right here.
Oh, I need to bat before we go.
Yeah, heal up.
I'm out of syringes.
Am I just heading straight northwest?
Yeah, just go northwest. Yep.
Yeah, I'm ready to go. Yep.
Unless Thunderwatch roof is open. We'll see.
I'm pretty low.
Go right here. We're straight right there. We are actually J-chilling there.
40 seconds on zone.
Yep.
There's a team in lightning.
Yeah, we're good.
Using my only.
Popping Phoenix.
I'm out of white meds completely. I can't tank zone anywhere.
This is gonna be a tough one. I'm hoping this team to our left just fucking Valkyries. You guys can come to me if you need.
I'm chill.
Is there anyone here?
Meet me here.
Probably.
Well, it is going to be a tough one for Sentinels. Start a fight, getting gate kept here by TSM. At least Sentinels aren't going to be a part of it. Start a fight, hitting a couple of shots early. TSM actually forced a bubble. start a fight, realizing this. Verholst in trouble. Reps also getting absolutely slammed. Oh no, Verholst. He's halfway down. Can he get the shield battery off? That'll probably make the difference in this fight. Mac Pickett won't let it go, though. Beautiful shots with a 30-30 repeater, but the reload, even though it's active, it takes too much time, and they will not be able to find a kill, but Shiny will. Complexity will take down Reps. TSM, one of our teams, fighting for second. Could they have just lost their Gibraltar and have no way out?
This is so bizarre. So bizarre. Both teams extremely late in the ring, trying to move around the replicators. Sentinels having to Valcolt into a corner where they're really stuck, and then TSM find themselves between two teams who are late in the zone, and suddenly they find themselves in a worse position. Now rotating out with two, they have to be extremely frustrated at this, and because of these late teams in the zone, they find themselves in a horrible position, picking up the pieces of what could have been when they were in a spot to try and gatekeep these teams. It's so weird, the sequence of events that just happened now, but maybe they can find something with this Loba ult to help them out. They have got to get Reps back into this game. I can't imagine what the comms have been for them during that whole process, but this is very, very strange indeed.
And at least they have this tunnel to play around, and they can keep on going. They might run into another team, but at least they can kind of not be the focus from Complexity, and then that will force a lot of engagements to happen in this middle where there is a lot of open space, and that's the benefit of the black hole. You can kind of take advantage of it, especially when you're pulling enemies closer and closer into their eventual demise. They get a nice little bout of the Arc Star and a couple of shots on red as Gentrifying and G2 get involved in the action too. SSG there. This could be the best thing for TSM just to survive, just to stay out of it, because Complexity are one of the teams that they're fighting as well.
There's a lack of cover for all the teams in this area, and G2 are hungry. They smell opportunity, and they've got the range for it as well. Look how many people are currently coexisting. Complexity in an awkward spot. They've got opportunity, though. Again, the latecomers in the zone, Pickett and so on, could be eliminated here. Bad Boys will indeed be eliminated. Off they go, and maybe more teams will follow indeed. Start a fight soon to be behind them as Complexity find opportunity, as do G2. Sentinel somehow surviving all of this. Beautiful. Again, the awkward position for TSM just hit it, being a domino that saw all kinds of things collapsing for different teams. They're still trying to survive now, haven't been able to get Reps up, but now Complexity are going to have trouble out in the open. Monsoon is gone.
But who was pushing TSM in that tunnel? Someone was coming in trying to push them, and I don't know if they've been able to get through it. Hal goes down. It is just Verholst. He's going to have to clutch up. He cannot. It is Lazarus, Bird, Vizay, and now Deng getting back up. They take out TSM.
Oh, man.
Oh, my goodness, James. Chaos.
I feel so bad for TSM. They are going to struggle to make sense of this sequence of events that has just happened. I don't think they deserve to be the victim of these proceedings. Again, with two teams so deep in the zone, just going for resource and just creeping around, basically. And a few chess pieces move, and suddenly they find themselves in no man's land. They'll be frustrated with that. I don't doubt that for a second. Zenial lacking the banner for Frex. At least he's got his Jivvy, potentially just hiding in plain sight, not moving, but he will be spotted and swatted. Off he goes. It just continues to get stranger and stranger. CLX lost as well. We're down to 13.
It is really, really going to be G2 in the driver's seat here. TSM, no chance to claim second. SSG already in first. I'm not sure if anyone else actually has a chance. It could just be Sentinels and Complexity. E8, I guess, with a great game. Renegades, we mentioned, still alive. So maybe 4 teams here pushing for that second place prize, which could be the difference between going to Sweden and having a shot at $1 million or not. That's how important this is. 11 squads remaining. Gentrifying has done so much work here. He's lost his shield, but he decides, I'll be offensive as well. Sometimes the best defense is a good offense. And he hits the shots and the cracks needed. He does another crack as well. It's 110. G2 absolutely on a tear here in the rest of the lobby. Fighting out in the open, fighting behind the rocks. They'll fight you anywhere. They're confident they can get the job done.
Score more goals than you concede. Well, we'll see if they can score any more as the Crypto ult comes in. Did get the shield swaps on the kill, prioritizing that over the bat, and maybe there's opportunity for them to fall back somewhat and go back to these empty Prowler nests and try to re-up and get their shields up, get their health up, and think about their next move. 40 seconds, have a look at that next zone. 10 squads are not going to fit, even if they all stood together. That zone is going to be so open. We may have less than 2 minutes left in this game because half of that zone is rock, and I don't see how these teams are going to survive in such a concentrated area.
And somehow I don't expect them to be standing together holding hands, James, as well. So something's got to give. And it seems like G2's been given the most. 53 points to their name. 44 to Sentinels. And Renegades 34. Sentinels were to somehow stop G2 here. They still have 9 points to make up. That's a lot, but it can be done. Renegades, a little tougher. They've got an extra 19 points to go. Just add 10 on top of whatever Sentinels needs to do, and the rest of the lobby adding more than that. Really only 2 teams that can threaten second place from G2. Renegades, though, they have been playing well. 2 kills, sitting inside. Saucer on a blue. Boy, oh boy, you got to upgrade that one heading into this momentous occasion. The other way to upgrade it is just to take it from somebody else. Torrent on high, looking to take the high ground.
Out of bounds play, and they make their way back in again. The Caustic ult is ready. Trying to create some space with these barrels, give them some room with which to operate. And this will be very, very important. Inside that building will be more expensive than Beverly Hills, but on the outside, it is looking a little bit rough as Exet tried to find a way to survive, but I don't think it's happening. There goes Kenny, and there goes Exet. We're down to 6 now as the round 5 ring has closed. 5 squads remain, but I think we're going to see more dropping soon because surely they can't all coexist here. We can see Torrent considering a play through the door, but they can bide their time here. All these barrels, they're in a good position. They're unlikely to be flanked. Somehow G2 have found half the map to themselves. They've got some angles, they've got some range, and they have to be playing for first place.
They are playing for first place, but so are Sentinels here. And of course, it's all speculative. It's all relative because of the fact that we see SSG out to the races. It's 8 points now, the difference. Renegades almost counted out, even though they're still alive. They would have to pull off a miracle. I'm okay to watch it. I'm okay to see it. But they're going to have to prove it to us. Sentinels maybe with the best chance. G2 also clearly in the driver's seat, as we had mentioned before. And they are driving a Lamborghini. They are getting behind a V-twin turbo there. No questions asked. Someone is going to have to immediately and abruptly stop them. Will it be Renegades sitting inside? We know Torrent is outside. Both ready to defend quite easily, but only Torrent with the Caustic. Is this the push? Something is happening here, and do Renegades see it?
Hope they're driving with helmets because we're about to see some turbulence. There's going to be a lot of air movement now, especially with these bombardments starting to come in. This ring is going to start moving soon, and Renegades will try to stay inside for as long as they can. Just looking at the threats, trying to keep an eye on these choke points. They've got position. Sees a corner of Valkyrie. And again, may require some trigger discipline. There are still 4 other squads around them, and they have some position. Allow them to eliminate themselves, pick up the scraps afterwards. And indeed, Sentinels are going to be in some trouble. They'll be trying to hide as long as possible, but we can't all hide. Some of us are going to be forced into the open and have to face the sun.
1 bullet. He's got 1 bullet in the devotion. If that doesn't give you a hint on how desperate some of these teams are, I don't know what else will. Sentinels only hope here because G2 have them in their sights as if every team from on high drops down trying to take the opposite angle for the game win. And that just might be what happens because, of course, G2 are in the best position. It is a Thermite doing work. G2 with the missile swarm as well. They've got a phase breach if they want to get involved. It's Renegades looking to find a couple of kills. Are they fighting Sentinels? They certainly are. Crust will go down. G2, defensive bombardment is going to do the job and take the cake there. Dressav will find Renegades. It is a squad falling. It is only 3 left. 2 left now in the way of G2, assuring themselves second place, claiming the best prize available in this lobby that's left. And boy, oh boy, do they want it.
Sentinels and Torrent around G2 as well. Really going for the last place here. We've got domes up and we've got shotgun shots all over the place. Out go Sentinels in third, but who's going to take first? G2 have had strong position. Their shields are still up and they are drilling at point blank range. G2 to take our last game. They had half the final ring to themselves. They waited until it was time to strike and they took it all by force.
G2 show up. That's really all you get to see. It's a team on fire. And Gibraltar does a little twirl with it. Great stuff from Resulta, Designful, and Gent to take second place here in the lobby. And on the day, SSG just too far out, too early to be caught, James. But what a great day of North America. We still don't have the official leaderboard, so we'll wait. We'll bring on Kate a little later to check that out. We do have the leaderboards coming up for this game, though. It was close. 25 points, 19 here from Torrent. Sentinels only had 8, and that will be the difference. Big shout out, though, to Buff Pathfinder, we talked about Kimchi, Lee, Bursty, Dressav. They got involved, 4th again. So that's a 3rd place and a 4th place. Really strong stuff. And, of course, Renegades and TDG. I mean, shout-outs to TDG. Not only did they make the top 10, I think, overall today, they might be 8th, 7th. Really good stuff.
Yeah, we've seen a number of 6th or 7th place finishes from TDG. So in terms of placement, they've been picking up consistent points today, which is very good to move them up the overall table. Looking at what happened to TSM, we'll find him in the second half of the leaderboard. I have to say that I think what happened to them in that game was cruel and criminal. They find themselves in 16th place, and they did not deserve. But again, sometimes it be like that. That's the nature of the beast. No emotions, all business. Space Station, 14th place. Take 1 point only away from that game. But hey, they didn't need many more than they've already got today.
Yeah, and I think that's the name of this tournament. SSG have made a statement in North America. And, you know, when you make such a strong statement that teams realize that they're fighting for 2nd place, that when they fight or get 2nd or 3rd, they're excited, they're happy. That should be a vote of confidence for you heading into what will be a tremendous month of Apex Legends coming up and a tremendous finish to this week. But G2, a team that, you know, we thought could, at the end of the day, win this thing, definitely got the closest to it outside of Space Station, and Designful leading the charge here with 7 kills. Gentrifying, though, topping the damage for the day on his team in this final game, 2,300.
We saw some bizarre outmaneuvering, but in that last game, G2 are ultimately the kings. And it's always good to finish off the day the right way by being the champions and giving yourself some bragging rights on Twitter as well with those 7 kills for Design. So he and the team will be very happy with that. They disengaged, stayed behind the supply bin, just allowed everybody to ruin themselves and put themselves in bad positions, and then they just came through and exploited them when the time was right. So props to G2 for the final win of the day.
And props to our host, Kate Yeager. Welcome back. We just had a great Game 6 here to finish it off. G2 putting on a show.
Yes, we did, Evan. And boy, G2, what a great choice for our talent predictions. I just got to say, I never get to wear this face, but either way, it would have been better if either of us had chosen SSG. But you know what? Yep. We're going to let that one slide. Let's talk about match number 6 that we just saw. And thank you so much for casting, bringing that hype, which I know is so hard and can be so hard to do, especially when you're at the tail end of these 6 matches that have all been hyped for sure. But let's talk about the masterclass. We're talking best position here from G2. We're talking that late game, that thermal, that thermite, that missile swarm, that phase breach. Easy for me to say after a day. But Rainy, let's talk a little bit about what G2 did right, and more importantly, how people can take that and move it into their own games, whether that's PUBG or ranked.
Well, I personally always will tell people that there are styles to how you can be successful. And as a player in my athletic career, you know, and soccer being my sport, you know, football, obviously, if you're watching from the EMEA side of things, a good offense can sometimes be better than defense, you know, really keeping people on their toes. I think the biggest part of this last game was decided in that open field, and G2 kind of always are having their fingers on the trigger, ready to go, ready to apply pressure, ready to offensively be a monster that you have to deal with. And it forces you to stop being aggressive and stop making your game plan and react. And I think that's really where G2 are in their strongest moments here. And we saw that today.
We did. Speaking of things that we saw today, let's take a look at those drop spots. And James, while we do, I think it's really important to talk about where these, because of course these games have a beginning, a middle, and an end. And we saw a lot of teams coming out swinging, certainly at the drop, and we also saw a little bit of early aggression, especially in this last couple of games.
Yeah, start to fight and not having anybody come in their direction early on. They were very, very vocal about that in the way they communicated over the top of the boxes once they had won the fight. That was fascinating, but these positions, be it Beacon or Replicator, have been so important for these teams, and we've really seen some fascinating sequences, especially in the mid game, as you mentioned there, Kate, with teams like Sentinels being deep into the zone. And just I'm fascinated by the sequence of events we saw again that led to the demise, the unfortunate demise from TSM, at least from their point of view. And that's something I want to look at after the show, actually, because it's just a lot of teams are spending a lot of time getting their resources up as much as possible. But I feel like the amount of time they're spending in that area is something which has been relatively new, because it's really kind of getting towards the late game there where they're going to be low on KP and so on, and they're going to be reliant on placement and maybe a bit of luck with positioning as well, as we saw from some of these Valcolts. They were not everything was in their control once they were coming back out of those zones.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look at how it all translated, because, gang, the leaderboard is here. We'll find out how much SSG really won by, and my goodness. Okay, Rain Day, we knew SSG going into game number 6. They had it tied up here. They had it ready to rock. But G2, I got to give credit, because, listen, there is a solid 20 points between second and third.
Yeah, you know, G2 put a statement out that if they had just done it a game earlier, going into another game, you would expect that it's a coin flip. I mean, the Space Station dropping off, G2, you know, piling back up. But I think that is really the difference. Space Station getting 1 point last game and still winning the lobby by 15. Do not let this make it seem like it was close today. Race is so fast, so early that, you know, everyone knew they were fighting for second. A little bit surprised Sentinels couldn't close the gap as much. And, of course, TSM hung around that 40-point range for about 3 games in a row. Definitely unfortunate, but shout-outs to Bad Boys. We haven't talked about them a lot. I've seen the chat say, what about Bad Boys? Shout-outs to Bad Boys. They got 7th, 40 points. Basically tied with 4th. I mean, look at that. 4 through 8, they're all tied.
They are indeed. And I want to bring up a point out before we go to that second page. I'm looking at E8. I'm looking at Torrent. And I'm looking at the overall leaderboards coming in to this tournament, into these 6 matches. And I'll say this right now, and I'll say it again. E8 was at 38. I assume this will help them get up our standings. And that, of course, 38, James, that's relegation territory, friends.
Yeah, it's definitely time to press up as much as you can. And we saw some good work from Torrent today. Definitely one of the teams we were looking at. Exet still in the wrong half of the table. They're definitely a team that has some name value, and we've seen some nice days from them, but today wasn't necessarily one of them. So, of course, you know, at least half the teams are going to feel lacking, such is the nature of the beast, but there are more play days to come. Not too many, though, so they better pull their socks up if they have been slacking and lacking so far.
I like the pull their socks up. I think that's a very good way to put it.
Great
James.
visual.
It is. It's just searing. Well, I want to real quick talk about team comps, because we did see a couple of Lobas. I'm going to talk specifically to Storm Point. We did see, of course, a couple of Lobas. We saw one Fuse. But at the same time, if we're talking about the winners of all 3 Storm Points, it's the Gibby Asphalt. It's the Gibby. It's the Gibby Horizon Valk. I guess that's another one. Evan, I mean, is this going to be what Storm Point is at this point, which we totally understand all about verticality, makes complete sense. But those of us who are looking for that little throw, that little one legend to rule them all situation, I would love to see a little bit more spice coming in specifically to this map as these players get a little bit more used to playing it under the bright lights of Pro League play.
I think we're going to see the similar levels of variety we've been seeing, but I do think when you're talking about an IGL and you're talking about a scout, somebody who's going to be on the Howl roll, the Sweet roll, you're going to see an Ashe over the Wraith. I think it's just ultimately going to be more important to cover distance quickly in a map this big versus having the flexibility of going back and forth on World's Edge, where cover is a little bit more available to you. I also think Horizon is a slept-on pick. I think we're seeing the ways Nile is putting it together. I'll probably talk about it a little later. But verticality and distance and control is something she brings. And we talk about height. You forget her passive allows her to drop down from height, which everyone is doing with their Valkyrie, and have the first shot, not take that little lagged shot back up and then delay it. So really a lot of advantages on this map for playing a character like that.
100%. Well, let's see what the advantages look like with our overall leaderboard. Because, of course, yesterday we had our other 2 groups. Today we get a full look at this. And, James, you know, I guess it's not surprising so much, but I'm going to give big props to G2 here. But Esports Arena still on top, NRG still on top, G2 coming into that 3rd place, which I think they were farther down. They were 5th or 6th.
Yeah, things are looking good towards the top of the leaderboard. I think if you've got 50 to 60 points, you're not going to be content. Because if you look at 11th to, say, 15th, from W to Exet, those guys could, you know, you have a bad day, and one of those guys might be taking your place. So if you're Sentinels, Team Liquid, or CLG, you definitely want to be pushing forward into that 70 mark, which Space Station have made a lot of progress too, as we see them on 67 points.
You're absolutely right. And Rain Day, as we all know, the green is good, yellow is okay, and red is ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo.
Yeah, I think the team I was a little disappointed to see, and, you know, we have a friend on it here, former caster with us, Girl, TDG, right out of the top 10. You know, those points from 10th to 11th, that's crucial to get you out of relegation. They're literally looking at a 3-point difference here between relegating and being in the mix, and then also a 7-point difference from being, you know, close to top 20. It is one of those things where it's going to be a game of inches. So as you watch tomorrow, as you watch Sunday, and of course Monday, paying attention to almost who's in relegation as much as who's qualifying for land, those are the two races that are going to be equally as exciting.
Absolutely, and there's nothing like the motivation of relegation to get the blood pumping, to be sure. I couldn't agree with you more. Well, those leaderboards we just saw, they show our teams, but what about the stars that make them shine? Let's talk about that. James, in a lobby like this, trying to showcase one particular player could be downright despicable.
Absolutely. However, we had a very exceptional performance. In a very turbulent day of games for TSM, we saw Hal come out with something ridiculous today. It's provisionally the most damage we have seen in one game in the ALGS. 3,325 damage in one game. Utterly ridiculous overperformance. I don't know if overperformance is a thing when we talk about Hal specifically. The nearest thing to that, I believe, was Nathan on day 5 with 3,250 and then Sweet with 3,100. So Hal's very likely, almost definitely set a record here, which everybody else is going to have to look at and respect.
Respect, R-E-S-P-E-C-T, is absolutely the word whenever we're talking about Hal, whenever he comes up. And I'll be honest with you, James, I'm just sitting here watching mouth agape. So it's
just
hard
drilled so many people. It was fantastic. They even had the urgency where they had to eliminate a team behind them to make sure they had the space, but everything just went into the faces of their opponents, really. It was beautiful to watch.
It was. Bloody and beautiful. Evan, how about you, my friend?
All right. You know what? Listen, I talk about a couple of things consistently, and it's a legend I love. It's a legend I think is underplayed, but it's a legend that, when played to the best of her abilities, you can see it'll get you on top. It is Zenial rocking the horizon for SSG. That, to me, has to be, just really the flexibility too. You look at playing on World's Edge, the Valkyrie, switching up, willing to not only character swap, but to do it so well. It is just a masterclass of a performance for doing things for your team, taking on the responsibility of the movement for your squad, whether it's a Valkyrie skydive, whether it's a gravity lift, or it's a black hole, setting up what eventually would be game-winning plays for them. Zenial did it all. He had the kill record leading into Game 5, and he might still have it as we take a look at the leaderboards very, very soon. This was a guy that was really what you would hope to see on your team, a player who will get the job done and also be flexible enough to do whatever the team needs when they need it.
Well, you mentioned kill leaderboards, and I feel like now is the time to take a look at who was topping those kill leaderboards, of course. And what do you know there, Rain Day? What do you know?
There it is. I mean, he really did put on a show. And without a performance like that, SSG, maybe they aren't in the same level of caliber that they were today. You look at the consideration of the flexibility, and you look at the execution. It is just a star-studded day for Zenial. If he plays like this all the time, SSG, certainly a powerhouse heading into playoffs.
Well, and I will say this, James, Imperial Hal, number 4 there, but he is consistently and constantly in these kill leaderboards, in that top 5, in that top 3, game in, game out.
Yeah, and at least 2/3 of those kills were in one game, which is pretty impressive and pretty necessary because, again, some of those other games were lacking, which isn't necessarily anyone's fault, especially that last one, which really was a horror film in one act. But, again, just an insane performance, probably making a record in one game today, which is great to see. So he is playing lights out for sure.
Absolutely. Speaking of lights out, will these players continue to pop off? Will they elevate their teams to new heights? Well, you're going to have to stick around these streams to find out. You know what? When we came into today's lobby here, Rain Day, I was convinced that we were going to see some teams pop off that we wouldn't have perhaps normally if we had an ESA and a Cloud9 and all these other top 4 teams in our lobby. And I feel like we got that. I feel like we got a little bit of fun, a little bit of change up here today in all of our 6 matches.
There's nothing better, I mean, than seeing what you thought was going to be a story and having, whether it's an underdog or having a plot twist, it's what hooks you. It's what makes you want to watch and see how it all ends because you know that, hey, this can happen at any point in time. The journey I'm following, like that, can change. And I think SSG, they might have just changed it for us here, especially heading into Saturday and Sunday. Will they pull off something like this again? Does ESA have to watch out too? I mean, really a masterclass.
Absolutely. Well, let's talk to one of those masters. We've got Tom over with Frex from SSG. Tom, take it away.
Frexy Poo, my guy. What a pop-off right there, man. First place. Congratulations. Hey, how's it feel after you guys want to go and get in secure for the playoffs? You guys are now, what, 7th or 6th overall? What did that mean to you guys, and how does it feel?
It feels pretty good, to be honest. We had a rough start, like week 1 through 3. We were slowly climbing, and today we just felt something was different in the air. Today we felt that we were gonna win today. Like we all were so confident today.
You guys look confident, honestly, and you're one of the only teams that are making changes from map to map. Some people are doing it, some people aren't doing it as well. What's it like to be playing 2 different Legends? You have 2 different members playing 2 different Legends. How do you guys prepare for that, and do you feel like your composition is the strongest in the meta right now?
I like playing 2 different characters because it's a different play style, with different maps, because on Stormpoint, you absolutely need Valk. It's not even a question. We tried to play without it. Terrible. It didn't work out for us. And then I feel like on World's Edge, the way that the games play out, you need a Caustic. So it's like, and you need a Valk. So, we're just trying to adapt to the new map and everything, and it's working out for us right now.
The ALGS is really fast-paced. I'm sure you're putting in a lot of work. It's nice to go and see you guys going into your full form, basically, at the right time. And it seems like the intensity picked up in the ALGS once the playoffs were announced and land in Sweden. Did you guys kind of feel that? Do you feel like it's kind of picked up the pace a little bit?
Oh yeah, like I said, we were feeling super confident today. We knew we had to win today. Like we were just all. I don't think we even lost a single team fight today. It wasn't even close. Every team fight that we took, it was just straight roll.
You guys were dancing around the teams. I'm hearing from one of my friends that there's something called Valborg that's going on in Sweden. It's where everyone drinks and dances around the bonfire. Can we expect that to happen if you guys win the playoffs?
Yeah, maybe. I'm down.
I love to hear it. I want to give you an opportunity to talk about your teammates a little bit because Niall came through first overall on the leaderboard. You came through on 3rd. What's it like teaming with those guys for someone that may not know what your team's about?
Honestly, yeah, I think Zanal is a really sleeper pick. I don't know if people understand how good he actually is. He's super good at shooting. He's pretty smart, and then dropped is just the best Gibby. He's just going crazy with all the Gibby plays and everything. His bubbles are so good, and he's very loud. He's screaming in the whenever we need to do something, he's screaming. I'm screaming. It's honestly it's so much fun playing with these guys.
Last question before we send this one back to the desk. Are you guys going to be able to keep up this momentum going forward? Can we expect you guys to play this well going in the next couple of weeks and into the playoffs?
Yeah, so I think on Sunday we have C9 in our lobby, so we're getting contested by them, so we're just gonna keep playing and trying to do better than them.
Rock on. I like it. I like the attitude as well, man. Congratulations on a great day as well. Any shout-outs that you want to give?
Yeah, shout out to my teammates. They played amazing today, and I couldn't have done it without them.
And there you hear it. A lot of love for the teammates, a lot of love for you, Frex, as well. Congratulations again. We're going to toss this one back on over to Desiccate.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Frex. James, you heard it here first. C9, watch your back.
Yeah, they are super, super confident. And how can you not be after a performance like that? Absolutely outstanding performance all day today. And hey, they probably would have got 100 points if they if they got more than one from that previous game. Well, a lot more than one, but that was a great performance from them all around. And that's the kind of space station you want to see, and we have seen that space station late last year as well. So hopefully they're here to stay.
I agree for sure. And Evan, I got to say, did not know about the travel tips that Tom was slinging there, so I got to appreciate that. But I will also put this out there. I love how cool, calm, and collected Frex was talking about, I like to play these two different characters. I would be petrified if I had to be at the pro level playing more than one legend. I'm petrified right now playing one.
He's a great player. He's always been a talent, whether it was on the NRG and traveling around these teams to find his right spot. Seems like he's settled in the space station really nicely. But the man has always been really, really talented and really calm and collected, and you could see that ready to approach Cloud9. I did miss some of what he was saying as I had to start Googling Valborg because, of course, Witch Night in Sweden. Didn't know that was happening on the eve of the finals. So, hey, maybe the biggest conversation is which team is going to get distracted by Witch Night before finals day on the 1st. That's really maybe going to be a commentary point that I'll be leading with.
That's a very good point and something we definitely need to keep in check.
Gotta keep that in mind.
Keep that in mind. Something else to keep in mind is those talent predictions, and I very rarely get to wear this face here. James. James.
T-Squared was never going to win with that sweater on, so I think it was guaranteed from the beginning for you and me, Kate.
Shots fired. We always talk about, listen, the truth is that we talked about G2 and TSM. We knew they were going to be at the top of our leaderboards because they came into this swing, and of course they were 5th and 6th coming in. Evan, the reality is that technically all of us were wrong.
Yeah, it was an off day for TSM. It was a pretty great day for G2, but we were wrong because, who could have predicted the level of success SSG had? I certainly will be keeping them in mind, and you bet on Sunday they will be one of the teams that I am looking at.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, James,
high fives all round.
Very respectful. Very respectful.
Yeah, good day at the office.
Respectful gloating.
Indeed.
Whenever I'm hosting, Kate, I'm gloating to them. And whenever you're hosting, you're gloating to me. We have to figure this out.
We do. We really do. We need to get our stuff
mojo
together
aligned.
Here for sure. Well, speaking of getting our stuff together, don't you worry because we've got our stuff together for NA tomorrow. That's right. If you want more NA action, and why wouldn't you? We got another round here, and that would be tomorrow at 2 p.m. Pacific. That is 9 p.m. GMT. We're going to throw down NA style. It's going to be a great Saturday. It's going to be a great weekend. Saturday, Sunday, Monday. So much Apex, so little time. And that, my friends, is something that you can take to the bank for sure. But I guess until then, I got to say thank you so much to everybody who has been with us. And make sure that you follow all of our socials because we've got so much content going through, not just our Twitter, not just our YouTube or our Twitch, but my goodness, these three together are the places you need to be if you want to be a part of our community, if you want to be a part of this game in that deep knowledge. I cannot think of 3 better places to do it. And you know what? Something else I'd like to do? I'd like to say a big thank you, not just to our cast, to our crew, to our incredible players who have made today so exciting and will continue to all split long. But a huge thank you to our supporters, specifically Lenovo and Monster Energy for being such great partners and friends here through our ALGS. There's a lot of letters and it's late. Either way, my point is you guys are the best. We thank you so much for watching. Keep up with us. We are going to be here all weekend long. It's just getting started. So until next time, we'll see you.